we are live! Hi everyone! Yeah, quick apologies because if you see my arms glitching, I do not know how to fix it. My arms are being very weird today. They're being normal now, but trust me, they will act up today. So, yeah, I already apologize for that. But, yeah, hi Opal Phoenix, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Are you ready to take down the culprit of the IS-7 case? I cannot wait. But I'm so behind. Because of the illness and the break, like, normally I should have finished, like, today, but no. See? See? Did you see? Let's go! Yay, the hype is real. At least someone's happy to be here. I'm also happy to be here. But gosh, darn it, my arms. Is this what happens when VTubers get sick? It's just... my arms are very unstable. I really... At least there will be some scuff moments this stream, which is fun. But yeah. Now that the introduction is done with, I want to begin immediately. Yay! Scuff is fun though. Yeah, that's true. I also tend to curse at my arms whenever they malfunction, so it's quality entertainment for all of you. For you and the people watching on YouTube, I forgot to upload the VODs again. Man, IRL life is very busy at the moment, so yeah, that's no excuse, but okay, the committee's view, Turnabout Legacy. Let's continue. At least I'm fine when the arms aren't functioning. Okay. April 2nd, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes. Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case.
Overruled.
Huh? Why not? Yavel, why not? There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us. Miss Bound herself.
Objection!
No. Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Cavell. Especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts. Especially because Von Karma was on that case.
Overruled.
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor? That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked. Seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. Yeah! Yeah, that's right! Von Karma covered up the fact that he had the autopsy report forged. There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth. How so exactly? By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs. That's how. Perhaps it is time you understand how no, the committee sees this case. Okay. The committee's view. Always a fun view. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Wait, what? Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Cousteau today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. Excuse me, what? And this is how the committee sees things, is it?
It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order.
Sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee in covering up the truth. Yeah. And if I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound. Okay. Why do you think she's responsible? That doesn't make any sense. Personally, that's not the committee's view, lady. I planned to poison and kill Mr. Cousteau today was her attempt to frame him. Huh?
Hold it!
Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Cousteau for the murder?
No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Wing, simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked.
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Good question.
Unfortunately, Mr. Cousteau remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there's little we can do for now.
On the contrary, there's plenty we can do.
You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the poison gas attack. We have therefore determined that there's no need to investigate either case any further.
What is something that has been overlooked? What indeed? Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago. Wait, what? Oh no. So even if we do find the culprit and catch him, we can't arrest him? Victim data, no detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. That's correct. What is something we're missing here?
What did they say again?
Salt, sugar, and blood. Matches out of sugar found in the pill leak in Odifro's room. Sugar detected in the fountain water also seems to be a match. But whose blood is it? Wait. Huh? Why does it say nothing about the blood? Didn't it say that it was also Audie Frost's blood? It's... weird. Statute of Limitations book. Theft 7 years, murder 15 years, the date of the crime. Huh. I find these fishy. There's something else about this. Well, let's take a gamble.
Objection!
Oh my god, it is. Why do my gambles always pay off? I really am Phoenix personified. I'm just bluffing my way through the entire game. I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this?
What is it?
They're test results, carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the Winter Wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. Oh my god, I was right! The blood was never identified! Question is, whose? Until that question is answered, I hardly think you could claim to have all the evidence. Haha!
There was blood in the Gemini case?
Smart. Emphasis on the O of smart.
Why did I not hear about this from Eustace?
Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winner about it myself, of course. Ah, right.
Overruled.
You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today. As ever, my interest is in the truth. And if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. Wow. In return, you must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end.
Oh, smart, Edgeworth! That's very clever.
That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace.
Oh, is he back? Guess who's back, losers? And with good news, too! Yay! The man, he lives! It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive. Yay!
Gusto. He made it.
Oh my gosh. You're looking at the culprits, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take him down. You're the ones who found me. Yep. Long time no see, Gusto. You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown. And you have an assistant of your own now. Assistant? No, I'm... He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service.
Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
After all, if you hadn't lived,
you wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago.
What are you talking about?
I figured out quite a bit while you were out cold. Including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost.
Ah! What? Is that true?
Miss Bond set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent.
Oh, it's not bad. This here is fan of the good old meditation. You know, Om and all that jazz. Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent.
Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay.
Hey, Gusto, pal. How about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when? He doesn't want to. I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer. Is this your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here.
Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto. There's no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed.
At least somebody here seems to be on my side.
Judge Verdi Cavell, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth.
Fine. You want me to prove my innocence, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
Objection!
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Cavell.
You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record?
I believe only in the infallible judgment of the gods of justice.
Ah, you're just trying to save the committee's skin for some reason.
Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in the court of law. As long as there are those who would use the law to our advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed.
If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you.
We shall see about that.
What do you advise, Judge Cavell?
It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically, by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us?
Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures. Simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived in half an hour early.
Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk at around that time? I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So, no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight. All except for the autumn wing, that is.
I see.
She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Cousteau went.
Sneaking into a building's pretty suspicious, however you slice it.
Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying.
The courtroom? No, this is an art gallery, right?
Mr. Cousteau, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case.
I wanted to see Frost's work up close, so I went up to the Gemini. Sorry, guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw that the lid was frozen on tight. So I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out.
Fascinating. This is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of.
Yeah, everything sounds like a lie, kind.
I am none too satisfied with Mr. Cousteau's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it.
Come on! There must be something!
It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
Objection!
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer, and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal. Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me, but I had no reason to kill him.
Okay.
And you have no evidence to prove otherwise. Ugh.
Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Cousteau fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past.
Yeah, but... Then what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do.
You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Cousteau killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He had a motive. He claims not to have a motive. But that can't really be true, can it? If he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember? How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason. Oh, right! That could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Cousteau back then, but we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Yes, I think you might be right. We need to think back over everything we know about the I-7 incident. Especially the questions that never got answered. And the finger marks. Were you the one wearing the gloves? Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers. But what if they were Mr. Cousteau's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself. Yeah. So, he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. Huh. My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, this is an obvious motive for murder, right? Yes! Okay. Good first step, Mr. Cousteau. You and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? Huh. So you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct?
What can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to become a master confectioner.
But you only collaborated up through the semi-final. Something changed after that.
We both wanted to show what we could do. Show that we were better than Tangaroa.
Objection!
No. You couldn't have been better than him on your own. You needed each other's help.
Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final. It was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. And whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Cousteau. Yes! Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Cousteau told me. And he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Cousteau in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return, I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason. And that became the basis of your motive for murder. That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly.
You stopped working together in a friendly way. Kinda hard to imagine, but okay.
Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I?
Well...
So you see, it can't have been me.
I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in his room.
And if I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Cousteau had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. Yeah, I don't think those two... Oh my god! He took pictures of the cookbook! No wonder! There weren't any frames left. Oh my god! So he was the one that touched the ultimate cookbook. He took pictures of it! Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Cousteau did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book?
It'd be the perfect crime! So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops!
A sneaky snapshot of 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? I knew it! I knew he wasn't there! Didn't Alicia say that Cousteau and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had? Yes, and that is the one I need! Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? He was killed during afternoon tea. He must have swapped the key somehow. Mr. Frost had kept two of himself inside his room after the contest had started. But it was gone by the time his scone snuck into it to sample his work. Meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. Yes! Da-da-da-da! You had the motive and the time. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Cousteau could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Cousteau's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last.
Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence?
Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Cousteau to open up to us about it instead.
Oh, is it mind games time again?
Oh god, we have to play chess against him! It is. Mr. Cousteau, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you. What is it? You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you, I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world. No. Something forced your hand. If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Cousteau, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost?
It is time, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh god. Oh my god. To the temple arm. There we go. 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together? And why did they enter the contest in the first place? Enter the chess dimension. Yes! It is time to put this guy in checkmate. Finally. That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. But he is silent.
Yikes! 4? 4? That's the highest amount of chess pieces I've ever encountered so far. I really hope there isn't someone who has 5. Oh god. The final boss has 5, doesn't he? Oh god. Alright. 4 chess pieces. Good practice for the final boss. Let's go.
Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way.
Okay. So press him when he's asleep.
Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago.
Mind chess commence!
Why did you collaborate with Mr. Frost? Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost?
We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together.
Ah, and your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills?
You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible. That's all.
He's on his guard. I need to wait until he's asleep.
Frost's son and mine were in the same grade at school.
There it is.
So we got along pretty well, too.
Oh, so you're just 2 friends who happen to try for the title of World's Greatest Confectioner.
Ah, he's silent. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Huh, pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners.
What on earth did I arrive to? To the greatest chess match I have ever played. And yes, the wake up was part of that chess match.
I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say?
Welcome to the chess zone. Wow, that was an easy first pawn. Sheesh.
Okay.
Fine, it was me. I wanted that title. Frost was only in it for the prize. The ultimate cookbook.
I see. And since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together.
Oh man, I love the chess zone. I have to. As a Norwegian, it's the law.
But then, something happens. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps? If so, I want to know why.
Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Pushed me too hard. Now I'll be on my way back to the medical room.
No, wait.
Then you better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience.
Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. And as long as he's still keeping things from me. Let's figure out what he was really after next.
I think he was also after the ultimate cookbook for some reason.
Okay, easy. Easy first one. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning and fast.
Did you want more than just the title?
You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much.
Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner! My goal, my only goal, was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me!
No. He is very crass at the moment.
Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now.
Oh, so you've improved.
You bet I have. Didn't all that training in Shang-Fa for nothing.
Alright.
I looked up the Tangaroa, you know. Spent hours poring over the designs of his work. I even used to watch his show with my son.
Sounds to me like Mr. Tangaroa's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with this recipe book, he might have even become the best someday.
Ah,
Good leading question. Maybe. The book was a real treasure. No doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it.
So you would have wanted it.
yeah.
So you were interested in the book too? Huh, you claimed that your only goal was to win the title.
Yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest prize, the ultimate cookbook.
Yes.
Ugh. The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. And even if I did, what exactly is so wrong with that?
Well, Artie wanted the book too, you know.
Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that.
Ugh.
I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. So he needed medicine for something. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on.
Okay, nice. Next, let's find out why he wants the cookbook.
Did you need to help to make your sweets? So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations.
What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold.
You could have made a lot of money if you'd sold it.
I don't know much about what was actually in there. But it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I need to ask the right question here.
Yeah, you know more than you're letting on here.
Come now, Miss Gusto. I think you know more about the ultimate cookbook than you claim.
This is one of the easiest chess battles because he's so obvious with his tells. This man does not know how to play chess. He does not have a good poker face.
Come now, Mr. Gusto. I think you know more about the ultimate cookbook than you claim.
Ooh. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest.
Then you know what kind of recipes it actually contains, don't you?
And that they weren't dessert recipes at all. I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know what was really in there. The ultimate cookbook, or the Angel's cookbook, to give it a proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody had ever heard of.
So he did know that the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue.
Ah, and now I ask the other question.
Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was?
What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it.
Let's deploy my clue. Except you knew that's not what's really in there.
Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Shenhua,
but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception.
You've already admitted that you knew the ultimate cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines.
yes.
Thereby, making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature.
Yeah. You needed medicine. But why? What illness did he suffer from?
You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines.
Which suggests that your interest must have been personal.
Yes!
Ugh! I underestimated you. Fine. You're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick.
Aww. He was? Tell me more.
That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know.
He looks rattled. But I can't let him off the hook. Yeah. Let's find out what this mystery illness was.
Yeah. Okay. We're doing well.
I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves.
Tell me more about your son. Tell me a little more about your son.
He was my pride and joy. And my biggest fan.
And you entered the contest in order to help him.
You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything.
Bite my time.
He's still on guard. He would come see me here at the contest final too. Right up through the semi-final.
Really? It didn't get in the way of your work. If you were trying to beat Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child.
Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations.
Huh? He wasn't too sick to join you? He said your son was sick, Mr. Gusteau, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest?
Yeah.
Ugh. It wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening, anyway. This feels like it could be an important clue. Was the book necessary for him to get better? So you needed the cookbook to cure your son?
Yeah. Nowadays, you can get the medication he needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work.
What about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to steal a glance at it.
What makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others have made?
But you cared about Mr. Tangaroa's work. I think you've made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on the chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries.
I'd have plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor.
Oh my god! He has the same condition as Tangaroa! Oh my god!
Must have been nerves or something.
No! Nothing Mr. Gusteau tasted had any flavor. It seems like it could be an important clue. What was the name of your son's condition? Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from?
You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. It isn't enough that he was seriously ill. Why would you force me to tell you more?
This is blame my clue.
It wasn't life-threatening.
You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details?
It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it had been life-altering.
I see. It must have been very hard on both of you.
Of course it was. That was why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite dessert.
Oh my god, I was right. You were the one who suffered from that condition.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
Still recovering, so if you've got nothing to say, let me go back to the medical room.
Yeah, no. Yeah, more proactive, quicker.
I study my opponent's reactions and pick my own responses.
Okay.
Yeah. Did he have a taste disorder? As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder.
So he had it too?
Too, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct?
Ugh! How did I let that slip?
You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. Was that really the case?
Yeah.
Ugh, of course it was. What are you saying?
I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. Time to deploy my clue.
You were sick yourself!
Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know. After all, you just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Yeah. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusteau?
I've had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries. No problems.
You were working with Artie! But weren't you working with Mr. Frost?
Huh. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony.
You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did it all on your own now. Yes! He's down, ladies and gentlemen!
You would have us believe that you are a man of principle,
a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet, you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. All so you could cure your own taste disorder. You got me, Mr. Prosecutor.
Haha, checkmate.
As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I'd kept it hidden for so long. 18 years, and nobody knew.
Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me.
Both Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook. For the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusteau's disorder, and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate.
Yes! Mind chess, checkmate!
Ugh. I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed agousia.
Sorry for the medical students and doctors that attend my stream. Agousia.
I hope I pronounced it correctly.
What's agousia?
It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare.
Mr. Thunder, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well?
No, the big man had what they call
dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all.
Yeah, he can't taste the salt.
So he suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market.
Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest?
It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done. I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win.
Oh, so you entered the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning?
Of course.
What was it that Fender said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusteau's creations?
Mr. Gusteau's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design. At least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both accounts.
We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described.
What happened, Mr. Gusteau? What went wrong that day? Fine. You want me to talk? I'll talk. But you're not going to like what I have to say.
My entry for the final.
Frost and I were working together right up through the semi-final. I handled the flavor. He did the design. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help. Just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry. But mine, I did alone. If I didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training.
No. Your entries tasted fine. Only the final one was off.
And that's all there is to it. Happy now?
Oh my god, I think I figured it out. His son always wanted to taste his creations first. He made his son taste everything. He was his taste... The son was the taste tester. Because he couldn't taste anything. That's it.
And that's all there is to it. Happy now?
Ugh. There don't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony. Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Malzarino? See if you can shake something loose. I think I just might have to, Fender.
Okay. The last one I need to press.
Hold it!
And yet, I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day?
No, nothing like that. It was... I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that.
But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. But something happened overnight.
I don't think
think he's going to spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth.
But perhaps I should ask him about something else. Semi-final. Did something change between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto? Not really. The only difference between the semi-final and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me. No! Gusto's son visited his father daily up through the semi-final.
Objection!
Your son wasn't there!
I can think of one significant difference between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto.
Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semi-final. He was. What of it?
Well, indeed. He was here with you until the semi-final, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went through being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father. He was playing a much more pivotal role than that.
I just wanted him to see me hard at work. To show him I was trying my best for us.
No.
Who knows? It was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds.
He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me.
Indeed. Thankfully, we would have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Cousteau prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss. Unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it?
You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. But why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father?
To taste your creations. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Cousteau.
He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it.
In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no?
Well, what are you implying?
You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. Yeah. I knew it. I knew it immediately. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good.
He found out! And that's why they broke off!
Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you.
He was helping you by taste testing your work!
Dang, now it all makes sense. Frost's stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here.
You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I trust a kid to tell me how to just a taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, even back then.
Did you now?
My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just mere speculation. That's all it is.
Ugh. In that case, I'd ask you to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate.
Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern.
What?
What?
As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Shang-Fa to start my training.
You abandoned your son?
I cut off all ties with the kid for good.
Oh my god, that is horrible! Who would do that? What? Didn't you say he was your pride and joy? Well, that was very quick to describe. I am very, very upset right now. What?
You abandoned your own child? That ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now.
He went to Shang-Fa to buy them. Oh my god! No! He never came back! He only came back after 18 years! Oh my god! That was a good one.
But the son is missing? The cops have looked all over for him.
but no dice. So, still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son?
Wait! You only had your son because you wanted a taste tester. Are you kidding me? What?
Silence in the courtroom. Sorry, Judge Gavelb, I was screaming
Out of sheer audacity. Because what the heck?
while Mr. Cousteau's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part.
Yeah, that's taking it lightly.
The gods of justice cannot judge him for that.
What? What? What?
Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat.
Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now. Proof or otherwise.
Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something.
If we don't, the truth might be lost forever.
Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? Can't imagine whose blood could possibly be, but... Oh my god!
Where's the blood results?
It's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is. Hey Miles, sorry to cut in on your mind palace time, but I was wondering something myself. My friend Cousteau didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo! Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? We might, if Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence.
That's quite enough idle chatter, defense. Now if you...
Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Sorry to keep you waiting!
Huh. Speak of the devil.
Yay!
I take it you have the test results, Detective.
Gumshoe, hello! You came here at the perfect time! I just realized is Larry just sketching this whole confrontation? Is he making a comic out of this battle? The Lapisos got back.
Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of?
He's sketching Gavel, I'm sure. Yeah, that's in character. What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this? Oh, poor kid.
It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It is needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out.
What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here?
Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, alright. So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us? You're not going to believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Carmelo Cousteau, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case?
It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the I-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years.
Wait! That isn't Artie's blood! It's... Oh my god! Oh wait, it's a salt lamp stained with frost blood. Never mind! Never mind!
The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Cousteau, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body.
Overruled.
Why would there be traces of your blood there? Of all places, Mr. Cousteau.
If you won't answer her honor, Mr. Cousteau, I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case. There were traces of salt and sugar, too.
There were.
And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed.
Oh, yeah!
You're talking about what Alicia told us back then, right? What was it again? Did they ever? I've never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life! Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course.
That was unbearable. The salty bit.
This bit, the harpy thing.
As someone who's seen Great British Bake Off, I find this very accurate to the wild and wacky world of the set making. I love the Great British Bake Off. I watch like funny moments of it.
Gemini's liar.
Yes, the liar.
And only the liar tasted as if it had been flavored with salt.
There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry.
Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Miss Edgeworth. Where did the salt on the liar come from?
Oh my god. It's a great show. I love baking shows. Oh my god. If it is the salt lamp.
Take that!
This is... the lamp from the IS-7 incident.
Wait, did the lamp fall into the salt for the liar? Wait, that didn't make any sense.
Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the liar its flavor came from just such a lamp.
Ms. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. Yes. And it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Right, because the culprit had chucked a piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream. Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Ugh. Come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room were both broken. Oh! Both of them! Huh. We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but... Are we thinking maybe it had Cousteau's blood on it at some point? Oh my god, so there was his blood on the salt lamp! Oh my god. How is it that when I'm wrong, I'm still right? Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. So the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Oh my god, he put the bit of the salt lamp with the blood on it in the mixture.
You are seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do just that?
I am. I suspected the bloody salt was somehow applied to the liar, so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the liar undetected.
Then the reason he's here today is...
18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility that the body, the incriminating evidence, or both would resurface one day. So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Cousteau, are you finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident.
Mr. Cousteau,
it's all because of you that Samson... Cousteau. So I finally got caught, huh? All those years later, nobody came close back then. Not even a big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admitted then that you murdered Artie Frost. Yeah, sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal.
Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Cousteau.
But I helped you! I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces.
Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose.
What do you... Wait, you were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? No, he figured out your son was taste testing. After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either.
So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts.
Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything. I take pride in that. Something someone like you would never understand.
You're right, I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or that you abandoned your son?
Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things? A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you. It's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
And you don't care? You're horrible!
So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct?
Yeah. I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangaroa's room. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up.
I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook, Tut tut tut.
Frost!
What's this? A cure for taste disorders. Oh no. That's just too tragic. A confectioner who can taste anything? What will people say?
If you tell anybody, I'll...
You'll what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm.
Why you? Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it.
So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of the blood somehow. So I scraped off all the bloody bits. I dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp.
I knew it. And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish.
Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money if he inquired about my condition.
So you decided you had to kill him?
Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think?
So that was the impetus behind it all.
Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Once straight there was I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody.
Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess?
You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy.
What? Why Samson? Why did you have to frame him?
I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of them.
Ah.
Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scone's room?
There's only one reason to plant a murder weapon in the room of another contestant.
And that's to cast suspicion on that person.
What? You tried to frame me, Gusty Pants!
Yeah.
But why? Why poor old me?
I respect the Tangaroa. He was the best. A true champion. You were a fraud. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Oh, Boosty, how could you?
And had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging her room. That's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bound here found him before I had a chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all?
Ha! Why indeed?
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Cousteau need to freeze Mr. Frost's body?
To obscure the time of death. Mr. Cousteau needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo! Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seems like a perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse.
I still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all?
The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it. At least until it's fully frozen.
How awful. Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder?
Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan. He wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? It was all because I found the body?
Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Alicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here. That's Cousteau. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished. So then, Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body. I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right? Or if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless.
Can this really be true?
You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you!
Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones.
What a jerk! I'll arrest you right now, pal!
I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective.
So you know this, huh? Glad somebody did. The judge is right. Can't lay a finger on me.
What? Why? You just confessed to murder!
No idea, huh? And I guess I better lay it out for you.
Oh my god. I know why.
The statutes of limitations ran out. I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I'd have confessed otherwise?
That's right. The statute of limitations is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Miss Edgeworth?
Once the statute has expired, he can be charged, so...
But... How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Cousteau's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record. And that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place.
But we finally proved that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Cousteau, surely Mr. Tangaroa has grounds for a retrial on that basis.
Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine.
So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what? Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. Must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Cousteau down.
Yeah.
Hold it!
Let's inquire about the statute of limitations. Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing though. If there's something you want to ask it. Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident. Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. Not so long after that, I went to Shangfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left. Let's see. Around a year after the murder. It was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Shangfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor. Design. I'm the full package now.
Yeah,
that definitely looks better than the seahorse 18 years ago.
Objection!
And all the backs of those whose lives you destroyed. What's an all without a few eggs? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor. Nothing. You're using Armstrong's logic now? You're evil. Sticks and stones, girlie. You can't arrest me. That's all that matters. Ugh, I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. Maybe I can push him further on the statements he just made. Is there anything I should follow up on? Training in Shangfa. I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Shangfa, if you wouldn't mind. Fine. I later went to Shangfa to train and finally became the best in the world. Statutes of suspended should the suspect flee to a... Oh my lord. Quick, Edward thrown off his game by saying his bacon is mediocrity incarnate. No. If he is a suspect, he fled. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Oh my god. He made the mistake of leaving before the verdict sounded. Objection! Yes! The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Which means that the time you spend abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. No way! It was like someone hit pause while he was in Shangfa? How long did he spend in Shangfa?
It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. But that will depend on how long you stay in Shangfa, Mr. Gusteau.
It was 3 years, exactly. Oh my god! 3 years! Hold on. Nobody say anything of the math. The murder happened 18 years back. Statute is 15 years. Add the 3 overseas. 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18. Which means no way. The statute, he did it! The statute has expired after all. Oh, God. Bingo. 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourselves.
She's just been stringing us all along this whole time.
Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now.
I hate to break it to you, little sis, but...
I got 7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means...
Strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months.
Oh... No!
If Gusteau saying Shangfa really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're a few months short.
Not enough? But...
What did I tell you? You can't touch me.
I hate to admit it, but he's read the board well when he made his confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgments must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed.
No!
There must be something I can do. I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusteau to justice, then...
Jude, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here. Far from it. Because there's still a way we can nail him.
There is?
Alright, Malzarino, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything you know about the case. Gusteau's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about. Which is... he wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Victim body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest while in detention. Discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured by medication. Convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Also known as Paul Halik, on which name he was now sculptor in France, contested in confectionery contest, body was discovered in Rose wound contest was blood loss following a blow to the head. He confessed as an accomplice. Which means there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statues for dummies there and take another look. Okay. Statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment. When was the indictment? What? Oh my god! 15 years from the date of the crime, unless if there's an accomplice's indictment, it will start until the next year. The trial was next year. Oh my god, it's 19 years! Oh my god, Tangaroa literally saved us. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed it like a pretty picture. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Cousteau pay in full for what he's done. Thunder, are you... Those who would overturn the goddess' judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you. We have to. Bringing Mr. Cousteau to justice can only happen if we use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So, should I raise an objection and play that card or not? Yes. My father and Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow. One that seeks to reveal the truth.
This court has reached its final verdict.
Nope.
The record will state that Mr. Cousteau has been found not guilty on all counts.
Objection! No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Cousteau is absolutely guilty. And I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished.
Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest?
I do. Now to show Judge Cavell something that proves the statute of limitations hasn't yet expired. He was an accomplice. He wasn't the killer.
Take that!
He was an accomplice.
Very well. Is there a particular page of the I-7 case that you would like us to refer to?
Which part? Which part? Suspect data. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year for his indictment for that verdict to be reached.
Yes, that seems to be the case.
The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. What? Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice. Yep, guess you were in Shangfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you, and not good news either. Am I right? But how can that be? Tangaroa wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, and you know it. Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If you spent 3 years in Shangfa, and your accomplice Samson Tangaroa was on trial for 1 year, it means he can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all. Yeah!
The goddess' judgment is infallible, but that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry.
No. How could this? You weren't supposed to be able to...
18 years.
That's a long time to let anybody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Cousteau. Not a moment too soon. Yeah! I'm finally the greatest! My brilliance has been recognized! I gave up everything for this. Everything! Even my son! More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bill's come due at last! It is time. It is time. How is he gonna break down? Don't fall asleep, my guy.
What? Oh, wow, that was dramatic. Mr. Gusso's on sale for a trip downtown, sir. Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right?
I suppose so.
Jude.
I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusteau to justice at last.
I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Bound. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution.
Oh no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all. Starting with those sculptures.
Hey Jude, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not so nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything.
Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
Oh, that's so adorable.
Sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now.
Of course.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Judge Cavell, why did you lie to us?
Lie? What are you talking about?
You implied that there was no case for a retrial. But as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found.
I am under no obligation to answer such questions.
You clearly have no intention of doing so either.
She's hiding something.
Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way.
What the heck? After you caught the real killer and everything! Is that what prosecutors are supposed to do?
Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, yeah, he's still here. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
Why did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job.
My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it.
I wouldn't expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner.
That's going way over my head. I'm going home. What was that all about? You could just see the loading button on his head there. And just like, nope, I'm gonna leave.
Eustace still has a lot to learn is all.
Oh yeah.
Milesy!
Yes?
I just wanted to say, old Craggy Pagleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That and thanks for helping poor Sammy Poople.
Of course.
Hey, Edgy! Looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verdi go? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? He really was just sketching those two.
Though I am loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us.
On more than one occasion.
Not that I'm about to tell him that.
Quit with the glaring, will you? Whatever I did, I'm sorry!
Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you.
You totally were. You're just like your pop. He was a terrible liar too.
He was?
Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. Wanna come with?
Yes, of course.
Great! Then I'm coming too!
Oh my god! We're gonna see him sing in joy! Aww.
So, what's Mr. Tangaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him.
Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. Aww. It's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike. Oh my god!
Really? That sounds awesome! You think there'll be any left for us to try?
Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? That is the most genius throwback I have ever seen. What? Could there have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Yes.
He's here at last! Tell me, what are you doing here?
I heard you all were coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him. Mind blown, indeed. Oh my god. Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroa. Aw, you can see he aged so much in prison. I feel so bad for him. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service.
And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday.
It's very nice to meet you both. Miles here is Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and...
Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Thunder has explained everything to me.
Don't let him out. He's the only person keeping the peace in there. The other guilty people need their cake. I'm sure he will be donating cake every day. I think. He's the He's such a kind man that he will donate cake to the prison every day. I have a feeling he will. Sure did. Now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth? Yes, the truth. Judy did all that. For me? Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she'd finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy. I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? I guess I better show him. Yes! Which piece of evidence is proof of the bond Mr. Tangaroa is bound to share? The chocolates.
Take that!
Oh, those chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did.
They're super delicious and sweet!
Miss Bound continued making them just as she taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be someone waiting for you when you finally came home. Judy. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway. Thank you very much. I'm crying. You know, detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. It seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather... thank you. Truly. I'm gonna cry! This man didn't deserve to go to jail for 18 years. Samson. Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close. Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made a call that felt right to me.
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
You know how Sansa was wrongfully convicted? We had to present that he wasn't in order to nail Gusteau. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Now that Gusteau's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, and I'm sure you will.
Wait a minute. Does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusteau would have gotten away scot-free?
Yep.
It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction.
The law is far from perfect.
Because of things like legal contradictions, right?
Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Malzarino included, am I right?
Potential for growth and change, in people and the law, huh?
So, Miles, are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor? Or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always pay my debts. But for now, see ya. Thanks again for today. I mean it. See ya.
Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you?
He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. Oh, my nose. Oh. My apologies. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. Yeah. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. Maybe time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. We all know how it ends, but April 2nd? Ashford and Co. Law Offices. Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy Miles. Couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Look. I know I'm not half the attorney you were. But those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Your boy will be joining me in that soon.
I'm so sorry, Fender.
Am I going to find crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? I know how it will end, so I'm feeling very, very bad for Fender, but... Aw, that was beautiful! I'm gonna cry! Well, I will disappear for a sec. Guys, help! Something's wrong with my vision. There's this rain stuff in my eyes. Yeah. Clap, clap. Thank you very much. Well, before we start the new case, I'm going to disappear for a sec. 1, 2, 3, I shall disappear. 1, 2, 3, and I appear once more. Winter is awful and my nose is very stuffy. Help. And voice acting only makes it worse. Ah. Alrighty, let's continue with the first case, everyone. Let's see how far I will get with this one. A turnabout forsaken. Alrighty, let's see. I hereby call this meeting to order. Oh my god, we're finally gonna meet the committee. The committee is gathered here in the sight of the goddess to pass fair and frank judgment. The purpose of this hearing is to assess the professional competency of Mr. Miles Edgeworth.
Are you...
Okay.
Why are you wearing that raincoat?
This case is great. What is happening?
No! Kate, no! 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 She got thrown out the building!
She's dead at the end! No, that can't be the end. Gumshoe! Edgeworth! Look for her immediately! Only 3 days later, April 5th, 1:23 p.m., High Prosecutor's offices, room 1202. We're back in the old office. In the good old office. This has certainly been a turnabout. Yes, you can call it that.
Will you please stop pacing, detective? You're kicking up dust.
But I swept the floor 3 times already!
Then sweep it a fourth.
They're gonna take your badge, Mr. Edgeworth. How can you stand there cool as a cucumber?
We don't know for certain that they will.
Well, it sure seems like they mean to. Judge Cavill pretty much spelled it out. Yeah. Uh-huh.
She said that I would be called to appear before the committee. Nothing more.
Well, I don't care. What's that for it? What if we never got to work together again?
I'd have thought you would welcome the prospect, detective.
After all, it would mean you could work with someone less problematic. Don't say that, sir. I never heard anyone except that stupid committee say you're problematic. You're not just looking for an excuse, are you? To become a defense attorney, I mean?
He is doubting himself at the moment.
Because I would let you. You're Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Prosecutor! You hear?
I'm a defense attorney, huh? The circumstances of my father's death set me on the path to becoming a prosecutor. But I'd only been interested in the law to begin with, thanks to my father as well. And his work as a defense attorney.
Are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Why can't he help people as a prosecutor?
Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. Only one you can answer.
Are you listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I said I would let you do this!
Really, detective, there's no need to be so dramatic.
Who knows? The next prosecutor you work with might be a little more lenient with your salary assessments. Or, in the worst case scenario, it could be Eustace Edgeworth. Huh? Really? So, no more instant noodles? Gumshoe, think about it. Worst case scenario, what if the replacement is Eustace? I mean, no, what are you saying, sir? I don't care about any of that stuff.
But you thought about it, didn't you? If only for a moment.
We're busy in here. Come back later.
Huh?
Hey there, is the prosecutor in? A Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth?
Look, pal! What part of we're busy don't you get? Wait outside and I'll be with you in a bit.
Oh, that's not good. Your face is as red as a tomato. Red face, pretty teeth. Let's see.
I said we're busy.
Wait, that's it. Stomach cramps, right? No need to worry. It's nothing an injection can't cure. Now roll up your sleeve for me. It won't hurt much.
No thanks, Al. I'm healthy as can be. A sadistic nurse.
And who might you be?
Oh, sorry. I totally forgot to introduce myself, huh? The name's Needler. Florence Needler. I'm a nurse at the Hertz Hospital.
Well, nobody here is hurt, so are you sure you have the right room?
Yeah, you're Prosecutor Edgeworth, right? Wow, those are some deep furrows in your brow. Are you feeling alright? Suffering from a severe headache? I could give you an injection that'll...
I'll be fine, thank you. Could you please just tell us what you're doing here?
Huh? Oh, sure. Well, it's like this. I brought somebody to see you. Wait right there. I'll go grab her.
Wait!
Too late. I wonder who she brought along. If she's here from a hospital, maybe it's a patient? Something you cut down the size with your trademark rapier wit? What exactly is that supposed to mean? See, that right there, sir. When you glare at me like that, I lose the will to live. You want to send me to the hospital, do you? Surely he's exaggerating. After all, that's the look I always give him. Nothing's happened so far. She survived!
Sorry to keep you fellas waiting. Well, thoughts?
Kay! Thoughts on what?
You don't recognize me?
There's something about her. Something familiar.
This had your name on it. So I thought, just maybe?
So you really did put somebody up? Don't be ridiculous, detective. But look, sir, your name's right there on the card. Public Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, plain as day. That doesn't me.
I'm so sorry, What she's trying to say is she has amnesia.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible! She suffered such severe head trauma that she has amnesia? Amnesia?
Yes, at least that's what they tell me. Her parents must be so worried about her. I bet they've only been getting around 8 hours of sleep each night. You gotta feel for them.
Do I though? Because that's quite a lot of sleep if you ask me. Whoa, tough break. But don't you worry, alright? Since you had his card, that means you really must know Miss Edgeworth somehow. So just sit back and we'll take it from here, right sir? At the very least, we might be able to help you figure out your identity.
Really? Will you?
It's going to come down to what you remember, but yes. Now that's the Miss Edgeworth I know! Don't worry, miss, you're as good as healed. Let's not get carried away here, detective. I'm a prosecutor, remember, not a miracle worker. Why don't they recognize her? Is she really that unrecognizable with one eye covered and her hair down? Who are you? Where do we even start? So, do you remember your name, miss?
I'm sorry. She's been like this ever since she came in yesterday.
She's only been in the hospital for a day.
No way. That's amazing. How did you figure it out so fast?
Ugh. How can one person be so emotionally draining?
They found her wandering around late last night and brought her in. I wanted to help out, so I went through her stuff to see what I could find.
And did you find anything apart from my business card?
Nothing with her name or home address. Oh, wait a second. She was wearing this. It's a pretty unique design, right?
This pin! Oh my god, Edgeworth, you just figure it out now! What the heck? The Yatagarasu pin? Does that mean... But it can't be! Hey, is it really you?
Kay?
Oh my god. It's you, isn't it, Kay?
I'm... Kay?
Come on, Kay! You really don't remember? Look, it's me! Gummy! That's what you always called me!
Gummy? But you're an adult. That's so rude. I don't really call you that, do I?
Oh my god, what happened to Kay?
I'm so sorry. I can't believe I feel so guilty now.
No. What the heck happened to you? I've never seen you so polite. Being polite and sensitive is just not... Where's the Kay I know? You're nothing like her. Careful, detective. We wouldn't want her to get the wrong impression. Make it sound that this Kay isn't normally a polite or sensitive soul. Not that he's wrong exactly, but...
So what kind of person was I before?
Well, first of all, your full name is Kay Faraday. You're bright and fun and full of energy and... Oh yeah, you're a great thief.
A great thief?
There's a little more to it than that, but yes. Thieves generally steal other people's valuables from their dressers or vaults, and...
Steal? That must be so awful for the people I took things from! Oh gosh, I'm so sorry! I didn't know I was a criminal! Maybe I lost my memory of some sort of punishment?
No, that's not what I meant at all. I don't think that did her much good, sir.
But it sure explains one thing. look at these gloves. They're just the kind of person like that would wear.
Hey, that outfit!
This? It's what she was wearing when they found her. But we had to get her to change out of it and put on hospital clothes, so that's why I have them.
There's something on this part here. Could it have something to do with how Kay lost her memory? I'll send the outfit over to forensics later and see what they can figure out. Please do, detective.
Boy, they really are some thiefy clothes, huh?
I'm a criminal? You may be a great thief, but you've never committed a crime in your life. Rest assured, you are no criminal. If you say so, perhaps it's better leave it there for now.
I'm sorry. I wish I could remember who you were. How do we know each other exactly?
Well, that is... How do I put it into words? Your Prosecutor Edgeworth's assistant.
I am? So a prosecutor is the head of some sort of great thief network then?
No, not quite. We last saw Kay 2 days ago. Perhaps we should try to figure out what she's been doing since then. Was the pin the only item on her person when you received her, Nurse Needler?
There were a few other things, but I doubt any of it will be of much use to you.
I'll be the judge of that. Could you please show them to us?
Well, alright then. In no particular order, I present...
A jam and ninja mask. Was she at a show or something? A letter. And it's addressed to Kay. Next, a ticket stub. Finally... A fake flower! The kind people like to spruce up their bathrooms with, too. It's a gorgeous detective. They're usually worn by women.
And that's that! So, anything useful in there?
Kinda hard to tell. Frankly, I'm not really seeing a connection between any of them. I should take a closer look at each piece later when I have the chance. Don't worry, I'll make sure you blah 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 precious thing back. Rosie. Who's Rosie? Ugh, this is bad. How do I get Kay's memory back? Can't just let it stay like this forever. Calm down, detective. I have an idea. You do? I need to come to the rescue, sir. So, what is it? Look closely at the ticket stub.
Oh, it's for the viewing platform at the top of the big building.
The big building? Do you know the place?
Everybody knows it, silly. It's the hottest date spot in town. They say that if a couple holds hands while they're up there, they'll stay together forever.
Student. This is yesterday's date, and the ticket is only valid on the date specified. Plus it's a stub, that means you used it, right? I think this is a sync possibility. Well, should we go see what we can find? Now? Just like that? The only way to figure out how Kay lost her memory is to retrace her steps. But what about your thing with the committee? It's not for a little while yet. We have time.
Great, so can I leave Kay with you?
That would be for the best, but you don't mind, do you, Kay?
Oh, of course not. Thank you. Alrighty then. Back to work I go. If you need anything, feel free to give me a holler at Hertz Hospital, okay? I can come running with the syringe or three, wherever you might happen to be.
Yes, thank you. Dad will be needing that particular service. Now then, detective, shall we get going? You too, Kay. Yes, sir!
Yes, of course.
She looks so polite. Okay, the big building plaza. So according to this pamphlet, the big building's 50 stories high. Wow, that's a big building indeed. It's all offices inside, so the viewing platform up top is the only part that's open to the public. Here, this one's for you, sir. They're handing them out for free in the ticket area. How very kind of you, detective. Alright, I think it's time we headed inside. Look out! The big building is about to fall! What? What? We gotta do something! No, please, I'm begging you, stop!
Ugh, it's no good. Without fresh milk, my thoughts just aren't getting through to him.
What are you talking about? What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just say call and talk to me, kid. Cut! Cut! What? Oh my gosh!
Who is this again? That's from the first game. She's from the first game. Penny Nichols? Oh my god, they were shooting a movie.
I'm so sorry. They're shooting a movie. So could you,
Ah, yes, I thought as much. Forgive our intrusion. We'll get out of your way. Detective. Sure, someone killed Kay and is now impersonating her and pretending to have amnesia, but hey, it's the building's got a humorous name. Wait, you think this is an imposter?
ah,
I don't think so. Oh, sorry. Really had me there for a second. Yeah, whatevs. Hey, director guy. Can I take 5? I can't work under these conditions.
I'm so sorry. Sorry. Oh gosh. So they stopped the building from falling down? That's good.
I wish we had time to explain, but maybe later. Come along, you two. Let's make ourselves scarce. As a certified actual 100% real detective, I can guarantee that. Show me your badge. Okay, the big building viewing platform. It's a beautiful platform. Whoa, get a load of that view. Feel the sun on your face.
The wind. It's very strong up here.
That's okay, you just stand behind me or Miss Edgeworth here. We're both more than big enough to keep the breeze away. Speak for yourself. Well, okay, does this place bring back any memories?
I'm not sure. Have I really been here before?
Perhaps simply encouraging her to talk will help. Okay, please. Any thoughts or feelings that come to mind might be a clue we can use.
Alright, I don't know if this will be of any help at all, but...
Okay, what I remember.
I still can't be sure if I've even been here before. It's so high up and the wind is so strong. It's terrifying. I don't remember. I just don't remember anything. It's no good. I'm so sorry.
No dice, huh?
I'm sorry. I feel so useless. I know I'm supposed to have all these memories, but I just can't remember.
You have amnesia, Kay. Don't be so hard on yourself. Listen, sir, maybe just this once, try not to be so intimidating, okay? Or at the very least, don't use your trademark glare on her. Nobody asked for your opinion, detective.
Hold it!
Kay used to love places like this, though.
But am I really her? I feel dizzy just taking a look around. I don't even think anyone should be allowed up here. What if an old person fell? Or a child? Doesn't even bear thinking about.
There's a fence all around us, and it's plenty high. There's really no need to worry.
If you say so.
Hold it!
If nothing is coming to mind, then just take a look around. Do you recognize anything? Anything at all?
Let's see. Cherry blossoms!
Go on.
I was standing under the cherry tree. Yes, I was trying to stay out of the rain. It was raining, I remember now. And there was a red something.
So it was raining. She was underneath the cherry tree, and she saw something red from where she stood. What?
Was it something I said?
No, but if you could add that to your testimony, we can explore it further. Do we have something red on us? No.
Hold it!
There's something red. Can you tell me any more about it?
I'm not sure. It was just a red thing. That's all I can say.
What can we see nearby that's red? Was it the concession stand over there, perhaps?
A stand? A red concession stand? Yes, I think that was it! Somebody was walking towards me from beyond it!
And then what happened?
Then, I'm sorry.
That's alright. If you could just add what you've told me to your testimony. The cross-section of the building. That's That's a very long way across. It's very difficult to get behind the stand, though. Maybe this?
Objection!
Yes! There we go. You said that you saw someone over there beyond the stand. And that they were walking toward you.
Yes, I can see them getting closer.
Are you sure it wasn't a ghost?
No, it was a person, I'm sure of it.
But from where you were standing, anyone you saw on the other side of the concession stand would have to have been floating in midair, hundreds of feet above the ground. So how on earth could it have been a person?
I'm not lying, I promise. Somebody read that? Somebody read, and they were on the other side. They were walking toward me, getting closer and closer. Then they... No!
Okay, what's the matter? You're alright, we're here. Whatever it is, it can't hurt you.
I was pushed and I fell by a person in a... Yes, a red raincoat.
Person in a red raincoat who could walk on air? And who supposedly pushed her off the building. None of this makes any sense. Not the least of which, nobody could fall from this height and survive. Oh my god. Hello, sir. Attention, everyone. Please stay right where you are. What's wrong, officer? I'm Detective Gumshoe. Mind filling me in? Yes, sir. A body has been discovered here in this building, sir. A body? Whose body exactly? Not sure. We're still working on it. Although we do know is that the victim is a young woman. And that her name is Kay. Are you freaking kidding me? What? Oh my god, Wingen! What? Oh, hi, Lord She-Wolf. Welcome to the stream. Peak voice acting, thank you. But... Wingen had this theory that this K was an imposter. And I brushed it off because surely it wasn't, but... What the frick? But... What the blazing? Yeah, we deserve a break after that one. Jesus! I did not expect that! No one will ever distrust their local wing ever again. Vindication. Huh? But that doesn't look anything like K! April 5th, 2:36 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, the Chamber. What's the nurse doing there? Wait, this room. Officer, isn't this... Yes, sir. This is the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. So it's here now? I knew that they've moved out of the prosecutor... I knew that they've moved out of the prosecutor's building. But I had no idea that they'd come here. Huh? Okay, I need to see this plan again.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. And Kay, too.
One sec. Oh. It's just on the top floor is the committee chamber. Thanks, Gabe. An old lady.
How are you all doing? Is Kay feeling any better?
We heard that there was some kind of incident. I'm sorry, but who might this be?
This is my grandma. Hold on one second. Name's Hilda Hertz, Sonny. And who the heck might you be?
It's a pleasure to meet you. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Nurse Needler, your grandmother's name, Hertz, is she...
Yep, she's the director of Hertz Hospital.
This old woman is the head of the hospital. What were you trying to say there, Edgeworth?
Don't you old fogey me, you danged Republic.
How did you do that? Whoa, sounds like you're kind of a big deal, man.
Oh, that's not you. Not wrong at all. Oh, him. He's the one looking after the girl. The one with amnesia.
It seems Dr. Hertz is a bit of an introvert.
Want me to fix those brow furrows of yours, Sonny?
Ugh. Oh, there's no fixing those, ma'am. They're downright incurable.
Huh? You're sure you want me to say that, Grandma? Well, alright then. Now, I don't got a dang thing more to say to none of ya. You go on about your business, you hear? As long as that business doesn't involve messing with the deceased body. I got work to do.
Wait, please.
Not a dang thing, I tell ya.
Hey, you can't talk to us like that. Who gives you the right, huh, pal? Oh! What?
Oh, didn't I mention? Grandma's also a coroner. She's in charge of this case, which means... Ouch! Which means exactly that.
What do you mean, exactly what?
How am I supposed to know? She said it, not me.
It's like I'm trapped in a comedy routine I can't escape.
Well, we've got a body to be looking at. Catch you later, gang, and take care.
Gumshi, whoa, Grandma, did you fall from heaven? Okay, excuse me, Gumshi, that's kind of insensitive right now. What the heck is that for? What does it matter as long as we have permission to investigate? What does it matter? It matters a bunch, sir.
What will you do now, Miss Edgeworth?
Examine the scene of the crime, of course. What kind of prosecutor would I be if I didn't? Alright, let's get to work.
That person over there is called K, right? Surely that means I can't be the K you know.
That's what we're looking to figure out. Don't worry. You're the K we know. I'm certain of it. Yeah, the hair color is the definite giveaway.
Thanks.
A K who lost her memory and a victim who shares her name. Both meeting their respective fates here at the big building. No doubt this case will be the key to restoring our K's memories. I'd stake my life on it. Okay. Do we have a report? From the cop. Officer, tell me about the security arrangements for this room. Yes, sir! You need a special keycard to enter, sir. Interesting. So not just anybody can enter. Good start. In which case, the person who discovered the body would have been... Yes, sir. A member of the committee. They found it when they arrived for today's hearing. The hearing. My hearing. Which would be underway right now if it wasn't for this. An enormous semicircular desk with seating for 11. It also reminds me of a certain legend. I know the one, sir! The Knights of the, Round Table, right?
The Round Table Gumshoe.
Whoops, guess that wasn't it. The Newts of the Brown Table, the Knights of the Brown Stable. Further and further from the mark. But I'll refrain from rubbing his nose in it. For now.
Sorry, but we're kind of busy right now. Grandma's still looking at the body. You stay the heck out of my way, you hear? So you could give us a few more minutes?
Of course, we'll come back and examine the body ourselves later after she's done. But why is she here? Why is there a puddle of blood? It's the statue of the goddess of justice. You sure you don't know your stuff, sir? So does she dole out blessings or what? She's not that kind of goddess, detective. She's a symbol of the sanctity of the law. The scales represent justice, the sword, retribution, and the blindfold shows her impartiality. Let's scour the scene. There is a puddle of blood. There's a pool of blood here at the foot of the statue. Judging by the amount and how it has spread, I'd say this is where the victim was killed. Is Grandma even alive, or is the nurse just controlling her through strings from the ceiling of ventriloquism? I mean... that can be. But the body's on that table behind us, sir. How come? They moved them, duh. I can only surmise the killer must have moved it for some reason after committing the murder. And that's it. Sorry to intrude.
Oh my god! That's Sister!
Who are... Huh? What's that, Grandma? I'd know that voice anywhere. That's Von Karma's little girl. Oh, so you two know each other.
It has been too long, Grandma Hertz.
Oh my god, it's been so long! Yay!
And you as well, Miles Edgeworth.
What's she doing here?
Franziska von Karma. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a prosecutor like myself. These days, she's mainly been working with Interpol, though I thought she was supposed to be abroad. Don't look so surprised. For my investigations lead, I follow, no matter where in the world that might be. Which means that there must be some kind of international angle to this case, yes? You know full well that I've been pursuing a certain smuggling ring. But wasn't that case settled? And that I won't rest until it has been destroyed, and its ill-gotten goods recovered. So the smuggling ring is involved then. That information is to be shared on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. I see she means to be as helpful as ever.
Miss Von Karma, was it? Grandma wants to tell you something. I'm about done here. She's scene's all yours.
In that case, we'd like to examine the body ourselves too, if you wouldn't mind.
I mind plenty. I remember where I heard about you now, you danged varmint. Don't need no soon-to-be ex-prosecutor messing with the place up. Get on! Just remember, it's not me saying this stuff, okay? Please, Granny, it's important. Who you calling a granny, little missy? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
This is going nowhere. I didn't want to have to do this, but... Franziska, I need you to add us to this investigation. We have to see that body up close or we'll never learn the truth about what happened to Kay. As in, Kay Faraday. Please, you gotta help us out here. Kay needs us. I don't know what you're up to. What? Very well. Thank you. You won't regret it. Of course, I expect to receive a full explanation when I grill you later. We owe you, sir. Big time. I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy. Ah! I like good old times. Well, Grandma Hertz, will you allow them to examine the body?
I ain't about to say no to an international big shot like yourself, hon. But are you sure about this? Yeah, I agree with Grandma. Are you sure, you sir?
Of course I'm sure. It's my prerogative to judge the whole world in my name. That's just common sense. Of the extremely arrogant sort, perhaps.
Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn ya. Well, you heard her. Try not to get fired, okay?
Don't worry. It'll take a lot more than this to ruin my reputation should things turn sour. Unlike me, who's on the verge of losing my badge. Okay, we can continue. Let's go examine the body. Wow. Well, one thing's for certain. This isn't Kay. She doesn't even look like her. I think we knew that already, Detective. Our Kay's standing right over there, after all. The victim looks to be in her 30s. She's wearing a white suit. Could be she worked in one of the offices here in the building. Perhaps, but for now she remains unidentified. Question is, why did the police seem to think her name was Kay? Oh my gosh, duh! I must scour the scene and expect anything that catches my attention. This. This book! What the? That's Kay's promise notebook! It's where she wrote down all the promises she made to her dad. I haven't seen this in a while. Indeed. Yeah. Book of vows made by a child to her father. What exactly is it doing here? Oh, I just remembered something Detective Bat told me a few years back. He said something precious to Kay had disappeared from the station. Oh my god. What? Evidence was missing from police custody. Detective Bat said he looked for it everywhere, but no dice. What could this mean? Why did it turn up here of all places? You there, what do we know about this notebook, officer? The victim was holding it when they found her, sir. It was the only thing with any kind of name on it at the time. So that's how she became Kay. Talk about a red herring. It doesn't explain how she ended up with it, though. So, Wingen, you were wrong. Sorry, but in the end, you were always wrong. No. If only we had a few more leads on the victim's true identity. What's this on her hand? Seems she suffered a serious burn to her hand at some point. You think it has something to do with how she died? No, the scar's too old for that. I'd imagine it happened some time ago. She's holding something. Detective, could you open her hand for me? Yes, sir, right away. What is that? Wait, I know! It's a loyalty card, probably from a store. Shit!
It's my key card. Ugh.
Why, sir? Why?
Question we should be asking is, what does it open?
Oh, I see. Security card is needed. There we go. Easy.
I would imagine that the victim's keycard probably grants access to this room, wouldn't you?
Let me go find out, sir. I'm back. They found some details on that keycard in the security system. It's for this room, just like you said.
So the victim was able to enter and exit this chamber freely. Assuming that the keycard actually belonged to her, yes. Indeed.
Examine the body further, please. She was shot 3 times, I believe.
It doesn't look as if there's anything in the chest pocket.
Nothing except this hole right here.
By the look of how the fabric was torn, I think it was pierced by something sharp.
Oh, she was stabbed. Can't keep your coins in there now. They'd fall right out.
Have you never heard of a change purse, detective?
Sure have, sir. It's another word for your pocket, right?
I give up.
Oh, she was stabbed by this. You think this could be the murder weapon?
A 3-armed candelabrum. The victim suffered the same number of puncture wounds to the chest. Puncture wounds that could well have been made by these spikes.
Candle album?
Not quite, detective. A candelabrum. Candle holder, in other words.
Ah, I gotcha. That reminds me. I forgot to pay my electricity bill once a while back. I had to live by candlelight for a whole month.
Who does that in this day and age?
And a blow to the head.
Victim's hair is caked with blood.
Looks like she was hit with something, huh?
Fortunately, it's too early to say for certain. Perhaps an answer will turn up as we investigate further. Pure white jacket with a deep red stain on its label. This jacket, the buttons on the wearer's right-hand side.
What's so weird about that? Buttons always go on the right, no?
Not on women's clothing. Traditionally, the buttons would be on the left.
Ah, right. That's true. Like I always say, sir, you sure know your stuff.
This is common knowledge, detective. Nothing else seems amiss. Wait, what's this in the pocket? A pair of gloves. Also white. They don't seem to be soiled in any way. I imagine they must have belonged to the victim.
Anything else?
There's something pinned to the jacket here.
A piece of magenta fabric?
Whatever it was, it looks like it was torn off pretty roughly.
Ah! There we go. This is the magenta flower.
Judging by its appearance, I'd say that the flower Kay was carrying originally belonged to the victim.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it does look like it's made out of the same fabric.
Indeed. Let's make a closer comparison.
The torn edges match up exactly. You've got one heck of an eye, sir.
Okay.
But why was it in Kay's pocket?
The flower belonged to the victim. This implies a connection between the victim and Kay Faraday. Furthermore, it appears that the flower was torn off with considerable force. Kay Faraday was involved in the incident somehow, and based on what we're seeing here, we may have no choice but to treat her as our main suspect.
What? That's the way she could have done this! I can't even begin to imagine it! There's the murderer's bone in her body!
Nevertheless, we lack the evidence to disprove such an assertion. For the moment, we're simply considering all the possibilities. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth? For better or worse, yes.
Okay, we're done.
It seems we're no closer to discovering the identity of our victim. Then, am I really Kay? Can you really be sure?
Of course we're sure. What are you talking about?
Thank you. And the person lying there? Is someone you may have murdered. But that's all we can say for now.
No, that's the way she did it! Is that right, sir?
Indeed. I don't believe that Kay we know could have done something like this. You're becoming a real softie, Miles Edgeworth.
Well, look who it is again! Ugh, I know that voice. Is it him? It is him! And he's alone this time.
With a winning smile and the #1 name in the business, it is I, Prosecutor Eustace Winner.
Ah, there she is.
Where he is, she's not far behind. Please forgive the intrusion.
Step away from that body, Edgeworth. I didn't call for you, and I don't need you. This case is mine. It's what the victim would have wanted.
You knew the victim? So it really is her. But be not afraid, everyone. For the goddess of justice will guide us to the truth.
She sure will. Not that I'm here. Everything is going to be alright. Whoever did this will live to regret it. I'll show them— Ah! Miles Edgeworth, who is this imbecile? Oh my gosh, yes! Why am I getting the death glare? I've got nothing to do with him.
Francisco von Karma, I presume. My apologies. I should have introduced myself sooner. Verity Cavell, at your service. And the deceased in this case is...
Rosie Ringer, attorney at law, and a member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Uh-oh.
I see. That would explain the key card.
So you're the lead prosecutor? Of course he is. Yep, which means this case will be something— Ah! You didn't tell me your name yet, little boy. If you want to know my name, all you have to do is— Ow! Stop babbling and tell me. Now! It's Eustace. Eustace Winner. I think we've established where the balance of power lies in this particular room.
Mr. Guy in charge? Here, this is from Grandma.
What's this? Oh, the preliminary findings. Looks like it's game over for you, Edgeworth.
This isn't a game, Mr. Winner.
Alright, that's me done. See you next stiff. Yeah, on time. I could murder a bowl of noodles right about now. We're out of here, everybody. Stay healthy.
Aw. Oh my gosh. Let's see. So the wound on her head is from when she fell over after she died?
Eustace?
It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gafel?
It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. Who wants you to strain your voice, after all?
No, that would be a tragedy. Okay, thank God. Anyway, that settles it. We need to arrest Kay Faraday. What? What the heck are you talking about?
I think Eustace's meaning was very clear. Miss Faraday is the murderer. And though she was dressed differently than usual, this young lady covered in bandages is Miss Faraday herself, correct?
You really mean to arrest her here and now? If you do, then I'll be forced to object. Loudly and forcefully.
And as if further confirmation were needed, there it is. The committee was right to call your conduct into question. It is questionable in the extreme.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, just go. It's fine.
Fine? There's anything but fine, Kay!
I still don't remember anything. So, maybe I did do it. Maybe I killed that poor woman and I just don't remember.
The goddess smiles on those who confess their sins. It is her wish that our confessions cleanse us. She applauds your commitment to the cause of justice, as do I.
Judge Cavell, Eustace, if you really intend to arrest Kay, could you at least explain your grounds for doing so? I, for one, certainly don't intend to yield, until I've seen some evidence to support your accusations. Then allow me. Prepare to be hit with a face full of deductive genius, Edgeworth. Yeah, sure. Let's... Why I think Kay did it. They call it the human race because somebody has to win it. And that somebody is me. Wow. Because Book, a real winner. Yeah. I won this race too. I saw it before anybody else did. Kay Faraday's a murderer, no doubt about it. She snuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving. Which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Ringer. Wait a sec. How the heck did she get in? She can't get in, Eustace! Deductive genius? That was a total mess. And if Detective Gumshoe's saying that, you know it must be bad. I asked you to explain your grounds for arresting Kay, yet you have explained exactly nothing. True, but we haven't seen any proof of her innocence either. It's alright, Kay. Miss Edgeworth will pull off a miracle somehow. You just gotta believe in him. My deductions aren't acts of divine intervention, you know. Well, Miles Edgeworth, I'd hate for you to disappoint me. But in the event that you do, I will be sure to freely let you know.
Well, I know immediately. Eustace! Eustace! She can't have entered! They call it the human race because somebody has to win it and that somebody is me. I love this kid! He's hilarious! Okay. Watch chat, I will destroy this man's whole career.
Are you familiar with this room, Mr. Winner? It certainly sounds like you are.
What can I say? Winners? No, we're winners. Go. I'm number 1, and 2, and 3.
In other words, the majority of your work is second, if not third.
Why do you always have to make fun of me?
You can take it as a slight if you wish, but the fact remains that you seem unfamiliar with this keycard.
Who do you take me for? Of course I'm familiar with it. You need one of those to get in here.
Oh my god.
You can see the gears in his head turning. Don't you? Have you no shame? Ah!
Mr. Winner, do you really even suspect Kay?
Of course I do. She did it. Her is a killer.
And perhaps you could tell us how Kay got into such a secure room as this
without a keycard. Ah! She... You know, there was the, yeah?
A masterful summary. Now, as we know, only members of the committee have keycards. Therefore, only they can enter.
Precisely.
Why is she agreeing with me?
Oh. I'll make sure you get your precious thing back. They met up together.
Please, take a look at this. I had security pull the data earlier. As you can see, the door to this room was opened at 12:52 a.m. with Miss Ringer's keycard.
But what about the 10:15 one?
We cannot know for certain, of course. But who's to say the culprit didn't enter the room with Miss Ringer and then kill her over some sort of subsequent disagreements?
It's only a plausible theory, but that's all it is. For one, it would require the victim and her murderer to have known one another.
Yeah, Kay didn't know the woman, I'm sure of it.
No.
How can you possibly be sure of such a thing? That's pure speculation on your part, Detective. There is no place for guesswork in the courtroom or at the crime scene. Hard evidence is what is required.
In that case, are you suggesting that you have such hard evidence to support your theory? Evidence that Kay Faraday and Rosie Ringer knew one another.
But of course.
What?
I have here a letter.
Oh my god.
Dr. Hertz found it in the victim's chest pocket.
Another of the victim's possessions. You kept it to yourself until now? Of course you did. You planned for this, didn't you?
Is that why?
Yeah. And she died sometime late last night.
What now, Gavel?
Ah, I see.
That's why she silenced him.
Shall I read it out for you? Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Kay. This would seem to indicate pretty strongly that the two of them were accomplices, wouldn't you say? Accomplices in a plot to steal from the very room in which we are standing.
No! Wait!
So your principal suspect is Miss Kay Faraday for the second crime, as well as Miss Ringer's murder.
I'm the principal suspect?
Don't listen to her! It's all lies! All of it! You're not like that! Never
never do any of the stuff they're accusing you of.
Then how will you explain the letter, detective?
Like Mr. Winter, I suspected that Judge Cavell herself had some proof to support her accusation. But I didn't suspect it to be quite so definitive. Nicely done, Cavell.
Thank you, sis.
These two. Oh my god.
Hold it.
We're not done here yet. I still have questions. You better have answers.
Would you mind if I handled this, Eustace?
Be my guest. Have fun arguing Edgeworth into the ground.
I can't let them steamroll me on this.
I have to find a way to take back the advantage. Case letter.
As the letter more than adequately proves, Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were acquainted. It seems Miss Faraday had asked for Mr. Ringer's help in a plot of some kind. But for whatever reason, their alliance must have broken down. Miss Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreements, but she had one less card to play. The letter she kept safe in the left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer.
She's good. Better than ever, even. Think you could take her down, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, of course.
Don't do this out of pride, Miles Edgeworth. If you're going to fail, do it on somebody else this time. Hey, whose side are you on, sir? There's only one side to be on, Scruffy. The side of the truth. Uh-oh. Looks like the kid's got something to say. Well, if there's only one side to be on, then it has to be on the winning... Ah! Quiet, you. Huh, my thoughts exactly. Ah, finally! There's someone who knows how to shut him down. Okay. This letter more than adequately proves Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer. Yeah, I can't fault that. Their alliance must have broken down. But... But what about the promise book? Why does she still have it in her pocket if they had a disagreement, then why does she still have Kay's promise book in her pocket?
Objection!
No. That's wrong. But I know it's something with the promise book. Here, maybe?
Objection!
There we go. I see. So the victim kept the most vital clue of all closest to her heart. How very touching. The voices of the dead fight to be heard. And even then, they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer. Huh, I think you may have misheard her, Your Honor. Or perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you. Hey, you take that back! Perhaps you should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead.
By all means. If I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed on the left side.
No. Yes, I'm afraid so. You claim... Oh my god! If it was in her left pocket, it would have been stabbed! Right when she was stabbed by the candle holder. Gee, 3 puncture wounds to the chest, and yet not 1 to the letter. Miraculous, no? Well, Judge Cavell, how do you explain that? Because I can think of one explanation. That the letter was deliberately placed out there after the fact in order to cast suspicion on Kay. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is the real culprit, who almost certainly also forged this letter. No. It's clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay by means of that letter. And you fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
Objection!
No, Faraday did it. The letter was... It was in her other pocket. Yeah. Huh? Seriously? The whole left chest pocket thing was a mistake. Whoever reported it must have meant their left. Ah! Stop your foolishly floundering, you foolish fool. Or are you just that incurably foolish? Why do you keep whipping me? And stop making fun of my deductions. Ah! There, I saved you the trouble of disciplining him. Yes, even though I had no intention of doing so. The letter is stained with blood, which suggests it had been placed somewhere on the left side. Therefore, I doubt there was some sort of mistake report. Unless that report was given by you. Wait! No objections? Good. Now allow me to continue. So, we have established the existence of a second suspect. No, we haven't! The murderer had to get in here, remember? Who else could have gotten in the parts for Faraday and Ringer? Whoever it was would have needed a keycard. Judge Cavell proposed that the killer entered the room together with the victim. But what if there is something questionable about the very basis of the theory itself? This piece of evidence points to another suspect than K. Yes! I knew it was odd! Why is there no name here?
Take that!
Look again at the keycard record provided by Judge Cavell a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's keycard was used at 12:52 AM. But you will note that someone else's keycard is also listed. A mystery person who could have entered beforehand and laid wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:50 PM, so it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility.
Except, I'm afraid it is.
And where's your evidence, huh, Your Honor?
My evidence? I am the evidence detective.
Wow, now she's become really arrogant.
It was my keycard.
Then why wasn't your name written on it?
There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering the chamber as I please. Is there?
Perhaps not, but that's also not the exonerating evidence you seem to think it is. Unless you can also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague.
What other nonsense? What would I have had to gain from killing her?
Objection!
I'm sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had.
Overruled!
Oh my god.
I am a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I ever resort to an act of crime? I use my keycard. Not much is true. But my reason for entering this room is far from questionable.
But perhaps you'd care to tell us why.
I had business here in the committee's chamber. There were certain preparations to make.
Reparations? Sounds pretty suspicious to me!
I am not at liberty to share with what I was preparing for. But I'm sure Prosecutor Edgeworth can make an educated guess.
It was for our meeting, my hearing. He must have been busy gathering the documents they were going to use against me. To relieve me of my badge. Alright, children. That's enough. Huh? It's good to keep our skills and our tongues sharp, especially when we're young, but that'll do for now. Who in the... What? Hello? What the heck? Ah, really takes me back to the days of my youth. Back when I would wrangle with a certain detective. He disappeared, you know. I hope he's out there somewhere, living his best life. You'll have to forgive me. It's just... I get so emotional. The tears, I just can't stop them.
Chairman Winner.
Winner? This guy looks kinda intense. Winner? Hmm? Winner? Ah, Verity, my girl. Do you ever stop working? Your dedication puts us all to shame. And this young Francisca, I see before me. Dear child, when did you get so big?
Uncle Winner, it's been far too long.
What? And so formal. I thought we were like family. You used to sit on my knee and shout Uncle Winner at the top of your little lungs. But time goes by so very fast. One can't help but shed a tear. Dad, what are you doing here? Oh my god, this is his father? They look nothing alike. What? What the heck? What am I doing here? A committee member has been murdered and you're in charge of the case, my boy. He has 27 attorney's badges. What? Oh my god, I just noticed. What the heck? What the frick? What? What is this? Bring your pops to work day?
Silence. Do you have any idea who he is? This man is practically the right hand of the goddess herself.
Wait, 28. There's one on his label as well.
If former chief prosecutor and the current chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence.
I see.
No, Verity. There's no need to bring all that up. I'm just a harmless old man, really.
Allow me to apologize for the detective's rudeness. I am
Miles Edgeworth, correct? And your little subordinate's Dick Gumshoe. I am Excelsior! Oh my god, and I thought Eustace Winter was bad. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Excelsius? That's not an Ace Attorney name. That sounds like a freaking Harry Potter name. What? Is Hagrid gonna crash down from the roof and go like, you're a wizard, Eustace. Oh god. I'm on my way to officially change my name right now. I want to be Excelsius Winner. I can't breathe. Oh god. What the heck? Oh god, I need to drink some water. Oh god. Oh my god. I thought Eustace Winter was the most ridiculous name. Well, like father, like son, I suppose, because the father has the most ridiculous name in Ace Attorney history. Do you think he's called Excelsius because he now prefers parent? Stop! Oh my god. Oh god. Breathe, Mia, breathe. Oh my god. Father to this idiot boy, among other things. Idiot? My wife and I were so happy when he was born. Well, I'm happy he takes after his mother and not after you. And now she's gone too. Heaven knows only to where. Dad, you're... Here, use my handkerchief. Thank you, son. You're a good boy in your own silly way.
like father or son, I suppose. Though it's hard to say who's the bigger fool.
What's your wife's name, Mr. Winner? Please tell me. I need to know. Well, Verity, how goes the investigation?
Thank you for asking, sir. We have identified the prime suspect, 1K Faraday. We are currently trying.
Objection!
You don't have nearly enough to make her your prime suspect, and you know it. His full title must be His Excellency the Honorable Excelsius Winner, Esquire, Supreme Advocate of the High Tribunal, Defender of Due Process, and Grand Arbiter of Justice. That name is too ridiculous to be real. He must have also an ordinary name, but the moment he got like the head of the prosecutorial excellence, then he changed his name to Excelsius. Now that's a proper name and title right there. Oh my god, Rats, I didn't even notice you arrived in the stream because I was so... My apologies. Welcome to the stream. Excelsius Winner. His real name is Eric. No, no. Something as ridiculous as Eustace. Eugene? His real name is Eugene Winner. Oh my god. And god. Oh my god, I need to stop. My cheeks are hurting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Have you forgotten what we just discovered about the letter?
Objection!
I told you that was just a mix-up. You got the wrong book. Yeah! Don't test my patience. All right, that's enough. Let's just all calm down, shall we?
I'm sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies.
Eugene Weiner just doesn't hold the same gravitas. I mean, yeah. Eric winner is though? I don't know. It has to start with an E. I wanted to start with an E. What is his real name, Chad?
I'm sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies.
Think you've all made your cases very clearly. All except for you, Eustace.
Huh? What? But Dad! Elmer? Oh my god, stop! This is a serious conversation here! Oh god!
We are prosecutors and it is our duty to identify suspects and bring them to justice. But I wouldn't dare call someone a suspect without evidence or motive. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, I know all about your relationship to the accused. Thick as he seems pretty apt based on what I've heard.
This is a serious crime drama. Why are people making jokes? I mean, this is Ace Attorney, so jokes are allowed, I think.
Case no criminal! She just catch the bad guy lots of times! Much about this case is still unclear, sir. Please, you have to let us... Oh, it's hard for me, really. The bonds of friendship are so strong among the young. A light... Oh, what circumstances being what they are. I'm afraid those bonds will be enough.
What the heck, you pyromaniac? What is happening? What? What the heck is that supposed to mean?
The prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quickly as possible. Time is oh so precious, and we have so little of it. And there's so many other cases. I'm sorry, but you understand, of course, don't you? Ugh. All right, Miss Kay Faraday. Time to come along quietly.
Yes, sir.
You're not taking her? She's innocent, I tell you!
To defy the chairman of the committee is to defy the law itself. It is an act so brazen, a hearing will be necessary at all. Are you prepared for Mr. Edgeworth to lose his badge over this detective?
Well, so when the case goes down and Mr. Edgeworth loses his badge? What the heck am I supposed to do?
You'd use his badge to shield yourselves. Oh, how the committee too has fallen. Kay, you're innocent. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Thank you. We've only known each other for a short while, but you've been very kind. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a criminal. Your contrition has been noted, Miss Faraday. It will be conveyed to the cause of justice.
Ugh. What in the world should I do? When I was little, all I wanted was to be like my father. Become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. Defend her. And now, my fate is tied to that of this one tiny badge. One tiny badge against the life of a dear acquaintance. Who am I kidding? There's nothing to weigh up here. Yes, go for it.
I guess this is it. Goodbye, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Defend her! Judge Cavell, a moment, please.
Yes, what is it?
He's turning in his badge willingly. Yeah.
Your badge? What is the meaning of this?
I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer. Oh my god.
Mr. Edgeworth?
What are you doing? Miles Edgeworth, please explain yourself right now. You're giving it all up? Just like that? You can't mean it, sir. Tell me you're kidding, please. If you're not a prosecutor anymore, then what does that make me? Elmer Eugene is going to take that badge. This is 29. Now he has 2 names. I have one duty, and one duty alone, to pursue the truth. If being a prosecutor means I must turn a blind eye to the very truth before me, then I will gladly shed the title to be free. Oh my god! That is badass! I'll carve my own path. One I believe in. I won't let my search for the truth end here.
Objection!
Are you running away from the Von Karma? From me? Say what you will, Francisca. You won't change my mind. So you're leaving me behind again? I'll never forgive you for this.
Never! No. No. This is all my fault. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me. Wait, Kay, don't go! No! You stay right where you are, detective. But sir, I'm not a prosecutor anymore. Don't say that! Where you go, I go, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm always there, right by your side. There's no need for you to do that now, detective. Simply focus on your job and do what you can. Oh, I'm sorry, Gumshoe. Well, now this is no good, is it? We've let a dangerous criminal run free. I try, and yet it's never enough.
Doesn't need to worry, sir. We'll set up a cordon. She won't get far.
She better not. I'll be very disappointed in you if she does. Telling Gumshoe to focus on his job is like telling the oven to cook a pizza without turning it on! Huh. She's having second thoughts about it? Weird. It's been 3 hours. Let's see how far this will take us. At Prosecutor's office, room 1202. Well, Kay. She's not here either. Where are you? Edgeworth is not a good runner. Fender! Knockity knock knock, special visitor. Fender. Whoa, talk about an unhappy face. Everything okay, big guy? Don't hurt yourself to many admirers looking like that. I mean, he has one. What are you doing here? Has something happened? Has something happened, he asked. I'll say. It's been all over the news. A murder in the committee chamber? I'll call that a happening, alright. What was your hearing me today, I thought? Well, I couldn't help wondering if you were involved. They're reporting it on the news already. Heck yeah! A dead lawyer, a young woman on the run? They're lapping it up. It's crazy stuff, but compelling too, I gotta admit. So, are you gonna give me the lowdown or what? Well, actually... Whoa, maybe warn a guy before blowing his mind next time? Things are even crazier than I thought. This isn't a joke, Fender. Kay's out there somewhere, all alone and without her memory. Not to mention being the suspect in a murder. That doubling doesn't make things any easier. But where the heck could she have gone into? You sure she doesn't remember Zip? I thought she might have come here, but... No luck, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. Sounds like she thinks she's done you wrong. She wouldn't want to cause you even more trouble by rocking up on your doorstep. You think I don't know that? An amount of places to look. Hey, take a chill pill, compadre. This isn't like you. You wound up tighter than a clockwork monkey, which isn't a bad thing necessarily. After all, this got you even running from pillar to post looking to save an innocent from jail. Acting like the attorney I know you were born to be. Look, Fender, I know I may have given up my badge earlier. That doesn't mean I've decided to become an attorney. However, Kay isn't just some suspect in a murder to me. She's somebody I've come to know very well, even if we've only been acquainted for a short while. And she'd never harm a fly, let alone another person. Blow my mind twice in 5 minutes, why don't you? Kid's lucky to have you in their corner, champ. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but that's quite the bond that's sprung up between the two of you. Enough to give me a romance a run for its money, even. It's nothing like that, really. Oh my gosh, Edgeworth, just admit that she's your Maya. She just likes to involve herself in my affairs. You can say that again. What I've seen, she likes to try these things no holds barred. But she's done you some good, I can tell. You two make a great team. Can't say I'm not a little jealous, seeing as my partner in crime's no longer around. Anyway, you need to track her down. Connections like that don't grow on trees. I should know. Aww. Alright, how about this for a plan? You're fresh out of ideas about where she could be, and you can't just walk the streets shouting her name. So why not go back to the source? Look into how she lost her memory in the first place. You just might turn up some clues that'll help narrow things down. That's not a bad idea. Based on what she told us, it sounds like it all started at the big building. And that's where we're headed. Next stop, the big time. Maybe you can give your face the good news on the way. Kay would come frolicking back into the fold if the first thing she sees is you scowling like that. Very funny. And there's truly a force of nature all on its own. Oh, it's night, and the old woman is there.
Actually, now that I think about it, how did she get here so early? I think she was planted there. Okay, April 5th, 6:42 p.m. Big building viewing platform. The sun sure sets quickly. Or even a murder on the premises can make this place close its doors. Now let's chase that last dollar, huh? There's hardly anybody around though. Guess we've got the whole place to ourselves. First up towards proving Kay's innocence is to figure out how she lost her memory. Earth to Miles, we've got sleuthing to do. Let's rip that paradise is all ours. So let's focus up and do what we're good at for Kay, alright? He's already on his way. Do what we're good at, huh? I suppose I should be grateful there's at least something we can do. Time to investigate! Let's go. Cherry tree. It's a pretty sizable cherry tree. Its flowers are just on the cusp of full bloom. According to what Kay told us, she was standing beneath this tree until she was pushed and fell. Okay. Oh, binoculars. You can insert a coin and take a good look at the distant landscape for a few minutes. He absolutely would have been all over this. Okay, I know anyway. But for now, the better I focus on my powers of observation on this rooftop. And to the old lady over there.
Mr. Edgeworth, we meet again!
What are you two doing up here?
Well, seeing as we came all this way, thought it might as well enjoy some cotton candy.
What the heck are you doing here? Looking to get yourself in even more hot water?
Don't worry about me, Dr. Hertz. I'll be just fine.
Whatever you say, Mr. Soon-to-be ex-prosecutor turned ex-prosecutor. So that's coming a mile off. Wait, what? You got fired?
As such, you need to concern yourself with my affairs.
If you say so. So, oh, how's Kay doing? Uh-oh. Did something happen? Maybe I can help? How about an injection?
No injections, thank you. Unfortunately, a jab a day does not keep the world's troubles at bay.
Yeah, it does get kind of chilly, huh? Come on, let's get head home. Alright then, Miss Edgeworth, catch you again soon.
Looks like a TV for showing announcements from the various companies in the big building. But at the moment it's just showing a regular broadcast channel. No. What am I standing here for? There's still samurais and all. Oh my god, Edgeworth, seriously? Hey you, yeah you! How about some delicious parting clouds cotton candy to brighten your day? Parting clouds? Is it named for the fact that we're so close to the clouds up here? Okay, in case you take a normal service of cotton candy, we split it in half. What if it, if you will? Half the candy, same price, double the profit. And we're laughing all the way to the bank. I don't think your customers will be laughing if you keep sharing that information quite so freely. Wow. What do you think, Fender? So how did Kay lose her memory? You think there was something she wanted to forget? Maybe some particularly choice words from Miles the Insult comic? Of course not. I wouldn't dream of saying anything so terrible she'd want to forget. Detective Gumshoe, on the other hand, will do in a few more words, choice words on occasion. Poor guy, I don't envy him one bit. The person in the raincoat that Kay saw supposedly approached her from the direction of the concession stand. Which would suggest that she was pushed over this railing here. The railing is just high. You'd have to really try to go... You have to try really hard to go tumbling over the edge of it. Everything looks sturdy enough too. Maybe the other side too. What kind of puzzle pieces do we have? I mean, it's the obvious choice. What the heck? What is happening? Ah! Kay! Oh my gosh, she was in the tree!
Hi.
Okay.
Don't mind me, I was just lying in wait.
That'll make you a criminal, Kay. Perhaps you meant to say laying low.
Oh, yes, that.
Nevertheless, I doubt people will look kindly on a suspect haunting the site of a supposed crime. Surely you understand that, even if in your current state. On top of which, while you've been playing hide-and-go-seek, I've been worried sick and frantically trying to find you.
Are you mad at me?
Of course I am. Now, what were you thinking coming back here? Did you think your amnesia would excuse your recklessness?
No! I came to try and help you get your badge back.
What?
I thought if I could get my memory back, I might be able to remember killing that poor woman. I thought if I came back to where I lost my memory, maybe I could.
There's one thing you haven't lost, you know? Your ability to surpass my expectations at every turn. I couldn't be more certain now that you're the Kay I know so very well. However, I don't appreciate you being so reckless. Do you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Seriously, Miles, you're killing me here! You were backing good guy points, and then you went and blew it by blowing your top. Good to see you, kiddo. Glad to see you're safe. Come on, bring it in.
Okay.
That's the spirit! Not now, Fender. Yeesh, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Live news now from the big building where a shocking murder took place earlier today. Police continue their hunt for a young woman known to have been present at the scene. She is considered the prime suspect, and police say no effort is being spared in trying to track her down. Ooh, mama, they're not messing around, huh? Well, team, what's the plan? Looks like the clock's ticking down, fast. Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us. Alright, first things first. Okay, you're sticking with us from now on. Capiche?
But I've got you so much trouble already.
Because only makes things worse for me at this point.
Mr. Edgeworth.
And it's settled. We're in this together like the Three Musketeers. Miles here will be in charge of proving Kay innocent.
And I will, believe me.
So I'm gonna need you to do everything you can to help him with this investigating. Okay, Kay?
Yes, of course.
Great, now we've gotta move quick. Can be getting back with the boys in blue before we get started. You two may not have been any more to lose, but your Uncle Eddie sure does. Gregory would never forgive me. I've got the family office shut down.
Thank you, Fender. I'm sure I owe you more than I'll ever really know. As you can see, there's still hard work up on the 50th floor. And so the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings. That's right.
Wait a second! I see the difference immediately! That's the wrong freaking floor!
Well, this doesn't make our chances of getting out of here with Kay any rosier. I'll have to find a way to slip past the press. I'm gonna call a mysterious customer, Malzarino, but I'm no spy. Maybe we can use him as a decoy if things get desperate? Okay, whatever you're thinking, quit it. I can tell it doesn't end well for me. I know the problem immediately.
That's the wrong freaking floor! Eureka!
Question, how many floors does this building have?
Easy, 50, right?
Kinda ironic that just a few feet above where the committee works is ugly little schemes.
It's a place where story-eyed young romantics come to wish for everlasting smooching times.
But then, what's that dark space above the 50th floor?
On the gloomy underbelly of love? Wait a minute.
Exactly. The committee chamber is supposed to be on the top floor, directly beneath the viewing platform. But it actually appears to be located one floor below that. Clearly contradicting the supposed facts.
Maybe whoever wrote the pamphlet made a mistake?
Somehow I don't think so. Call me crazy, but
yes, there appears to be a hidden 51st floor.
Wow! And that's where they keep the gloomy underbelly of love?
Oh my heart! You need to take it quite so literally, Kay. They found a secret floor where they keep all the spare Kay clones. Maybe.
Good, then perhaps we could take this more seriously instead.
Come on, have you met me, Miles? That might be easier said than done.
It'll be easier than trying to enjoy your so-called jokes.
I hope I've been of help to you so far.
came back here because I thought it might jog my memory.
How about we go over what you remember of what we're talking about?
Okay, I was standing under the tree, sheltering from the rain. Then I saw a person in a red raincoat. And then they pushed me.
Do you remember anything specific about the person in the raincoat?
I'm sorry, I just can't recall anything. Oh, but there's one thing. I could see the moon over their shoulder as they came closer and closer.
The moon?
Yes, it's all very fuzzy, but it was in the exact same place as it is right now. Floating up there above the cherry blossoms.
So the moon was visible over the mysterious figure's shoulder. Huh. That doesn't make sense. That's new information. I should keep it in mind. Well, there's one thing that's weird about it. The moon suggests that he came from this side. Yes! That's it! Heck yes! Get back over what Kay has said. The person in the raincoat approached her from the direction of the concession stand, which implies that she was pushed over the railing on the side opposite the stand. She also said that she could see the moon over this person's shoulder. But when we checked just now, the moon was in a different location than expected. Yet Kay claims it's currently in the same spot in the sky as on the night of the incident. This throws the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat out of alignment with the story. I think her memories may have become confused somehow. What's more, if she really had been pushed over that railing, she would have never survived the fall. Therefore, I must conclude that she may not have fallen where she thought she did. Yeah. How... These two also contradict each other then. Was she standing above the cherry blossoms? Above? Not above. You may have fallen, Kay, but it couldn't have been over that railing. Because if you had, you wouldn't be alive now to tell the tale.
But I definitely remember standing under that tree. If I was pushed, the only way I could have fallen is over that railing, isn't it?
Not unless the ground opened up and swallowed you whole.
The ground could just open up like that? How?
My bad. Not a joking matter. Sorry, kiddo. They may also be close to the truth that you think, Fender. Let's take a look at the ground in that area. There's a chance we might have missed something. Oh my god! The trapdoor! Kay couldn't have fallen over the railing. So where did she fall? There must be a clue around here somewhere. Oh my god, there's a hidden trapdoor. That's what it was! What's this? Looks like a service hatch. Kay, do you think they might have fallen down here instead?
Yes.
Nah, you'd never be as clumsy as that.
I'm sorry. I just can't say one way or the other.
My bad, kiddo. Just another one of my silly musings. You don't have to take me so seriously, you know?
I don't? Never?
Well, maybe not never, but if I told you to leap lyrically into my arms, Fender. Chill, Malzarino, where's your sense of whimsy?
So never then.
Ouch, talk about a deep cut. She fell through the hatch to the 51st floor. How has a whole floor between the 50th and the viewing platform remained undetected all this time? Got me there. Kinda hard to hide a set of stairs going up to it, if you ask me. That's precisely it. Things like stairs that are normally out in the open going unnoticed by people seems a bit implausible. This can only mean the 51st floor is no ordinary floor and can't be reached by ordinary means.
Then we'll just have to reach it through extraordinary means, right?
I don't know about extraordinary means, but maybe let's go for unconventional. Indeed, consider, if you will, the hatch we found by the cherry tree. What would you expect to find on the other side of such a hatch? A room of some kind, perhaps? Oh, a secret room! Now you're talking my language.
Let's go take a look.
Ugh. Alright, there we go.
What is this? What is this place? Look at all that stuff down there. Is they a storeroom?
Whatever it is, I think we can safely say that this is where you fell. Go team! Strike one mystery off the list! Yes, but the greater mystery of Kay's memory loss remains unsolved. We have a red raincoated figure who can walk on air to account for, among other things. Hey, can a guy bask in his things for a second? So we found a hidden storeroom. I thought we scooch on down and check it out. We have pretty much exhausted everything up here. And it can't hurt to take a look. Bingo! Is that you, Miss Edgeworth? Oh my god, Emma! Emma, what are you doing here? I heard about what happened from Detective Gumshoe. I was in the area, so I thought I'd come by and see what's going on. This is Emma Sky. Oh my gosh, she's been so long. She's a high school student, currently studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. The younger sister of a former superior of mine. We've also studied in court together. The detective called me up in a panic. He said your badge fell off of the big building and that Kay was in the man suit and... Hold it right there. Didn't you just leave to go back to Europe a few days ago? And you're back again already?
Yep, I'm here with one of my professors. But not to do any schoolwork or anything, just some interpreting.
Then shouldn't you be off doing that instead of gallivanting around the crime scene?
Oh, it's fine. There's this wonderful thing called body language after all.
It's not an actual language, Emma.
Anyway, never mind me. This is about Kay. How is she? Where is she?
Aw, shucks. That's sweet, Kay Meister. Your little friend is worried about you.
Oh, yes.
Who's this guy? Don't tell me you went and got a new assistant, Mr. Edgeworth. Very funny, young lady. It's actually the other way around, I'll let you know. Eddie Thunder, attorney at law, a senior partner, and Edgeworth & Co. law offices.
Edgeworth? So you are his assistant? Wait, attorney? Since when were you a defense attorney?
I'm not... To say it's complicated is an understatement. Let's not sweat the details for now, yeah? First things first.
An attorney? Mr. Edgeworth, really?
Oof, it's like I'm not even here.
What is this, some kind of weird experiment?
Perhaps we should head down below and I'll explain there.
I agree. The police could be here in a minute. And who's this?
I'll explain later, Emma. Go on. Right, time to go.
Oh, alright, but you better explain yourself, Mr. Hotshot Bro. An attorney?
Trust me, I'll explain that too. Ookery-dokery-doo. Down the hatch we go. Okay. We can do another part. These parts are pretty quick. I'll disappear for a second. 1, 2, 3, and I'll disappear. One, two, three, and I appear once more. Okay, let's continue. April 5th, 7:06 p.m. Question mark, question mark, question mark. It's dark as a grave down here. I can see the nose in front of my roguishly handsome face. It's cool to have young Emma back, but I like older Emma better. Oop, I almost dropped my water. Yeah. I do love Emma in every age. Watch your step, Emma.
Ouch! I hit my head on something!
Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip.
Oh, yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's gotta be a light switch here somewhere. Ah, bingo! This is... So the hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. I'll need to take a careful look over all these items.
Alright, Miss Edgeworth, you promised me an explanation or 3.
I did indeed. Where to even start?
Wow, a lot's been happening, huh? What a case!
It's supposed to fill you with excitement, Emma.
Seems you've gotten yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney.
I'm not an attorney or a prosecutor anymore.
Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me.
Well, if you're sure.
Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let's make this all official. Good working with you again, Miss Edgeworth.
And you, Miss Sky. And there were 4. And then there were 4. Right, everyone, let's get to work.
I want to know where that elevator goes.
Looks like it goes down? Something we'll certainly want to investigate further, but we should look around up here first. Aye aye, Captain. Let me know if you find anything juicy.
I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind.
Thank you, Kay. Emma?
Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Miss Edgeworth.
Very well. Let's begin.
creepy, all these masks lined up here in the dark.
Not a fan of horror movies, I take it?
No way! That stuff's so unscientific!
I think you mispronounced terrifying. Oh, I see ya! Oh my god, I see it immediately. The Jammin Ninja is missing. Eureka! He was carrying a Jammin Ninja mask while she was found. It looks like they might have been originally come from this hook.
Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis.
Which would mean that cave was really here. I should put it, not a crazy hypothesis, but why?
Did she come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here.
It's because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions. Selection of masks arranged on the rack here. There's even a steel samurai. Well, an impressively authentic likeness, it is true.
Scientist in me is sensing something strange, though. Lack of consistency, you know?
Sense that the characters represented here feel a little haphazard somehow? I don't disagree. Enter space here. What is this? These are all case files from various murders?
What? But why would they be in here?
They should be safely on the lock and key as a course out to the prosecutor's office. We should suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Something very suspicious is going on here. We need to find out more. These are...
What's the matter, Miss Edgeworth?
If I'm not mistaken, several of the items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. But what are they doing here?
Maybe this is where the committee stores stuff it's looking into?
Can be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department. They don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office.
They don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office too?
When the case is ongoing, yes, but once the last trial has finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct. Unless there's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere.
And yet, here it all is.
There's no point in trying to figure out the whys right now. I should take a close look at it all. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them.
Exhibit numbers, maybe? Is that they're all pieces of evidence, right?
Yes, but judging by how the numbers are written by the items themselves, I guess these are prices.
Prices? I would have never guessed that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it?
Prices are very high indeed, so I wonder if she's surprised. Let's examine all of these in detail. A safe. Lantern. Bottle of ink and a lantern, both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine.
But why? What's all this stuff that's related to you doing here?
So as if any of it was in my possession for any length of time, the duration of the case is no longer. Perhaps this is all nothing but a coincidence.
Seriously, a coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth.
You must always face up to the facts of the situation, however strange it may be. Is that what scientists believe too?
Oh, you want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in. This may take a while.
I remember you.
Oh, isn't he a cutie? Look at the fluffy little guy.
That's the stuffed animal we found at Gourd Lake.
Yeah.
Should be in the possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. So how did he wind up here?
Oh, but look, he's missing the left horn.
He is, but he never had it in the first place. At least not as far as we ever saw. Defective merchandise, huh? Then we need to contact the
defective I'm getting tired. No. Defective merchandise, huh? Then we need to contact the manufacturer and demand a recall.
Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with? That looks like a 3D model. I bet we can examine that one.
So the storeroom's actually more of a stockroom?
Would seem so. Much of it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases?
And who to? Who'd even want to pay for all this stuff?
Somebody, clearly. Price tags are proof of that.
Wow, people really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating.
We only have price tags. Let me examine the stuffed animal.
It looks like a 3D model. What? Why?
Her tablet is still a DS. Much simpler times.
Scientifically speaking, I'd say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox.
Yeah, the change will probably just stop the gold care from escaping.
I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but this isn't just a box for storing clothes in. Well, it's imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moss away.
Oh, yeah, sure. Guess you could look at it that way, too.
Keeping a close shield would be nice for the summer, right? Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see.
I remember this statue! Oh my god!
The statue?
What is it? Got some new data for me?
Not exactly. It's just something from my case I worked on. A piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue. There were two of them, a real one and a fake. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places.
An old case, huh? Guess you have worked on a bunch of different...
What is that? Gotcha! What the heck? Lana? Caught in the act! Right thing handed! Guilty that the top gets covered in cream!
Winged, I think this is your twin. Ah! Oh, my eyes. Stop that at once.
Ain't no stopping my snapping! Not till I get everything detailed and then some. Y'all think about letting a bunch of dirty criminals go before I get the shot? Think again!
We're not criminals! Such accusations.
Yeah, sure. Pull the other one. It's got bells on. This is Camera, weapon of justice. It ain't about to be horse followed by your ship denials.
Oh, it's you.
Huh? Why, you're that low-down dirty jerk of a prosecutor, ain't ya?
Who are you calling a low-down dirty jerk?
So many cameos in this game series.
I love it.
Yeah, Heart, get him.
This is Lotta Hart. Photojournalist by trade, we've crossed paths on a few occasions, especially on that one particular case. She's hard to forget, and even harder to get a word in edgewise with.
Quit making that face, will ya? That's a face of a no good schemer if I ever saw one.
Seems like I didn't leave the best of impressions on her either.
Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schemer. You ought to be thankful all I want from you is a couple of pictures.
But we're just here to investigate.
Sure you are. If I investigate, you mean pull the wool over a lot of Miles' wild eyes.
Sorry, Miss Edgeworth. I thought she might listen to me.
It didn't hurt to try, I guess. But we're probably better off leaving her alone for now.
That's a lot of money.
Piles of banknotes just left out for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say?
No way, these are all $100 bills. That's a fortune right there. How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Miss Edgeworth?
Please, Emma, I don't even want to think about it.
Yeah.
There's an auction. This is an auction. We've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods.
Shady deals on the hidden 51st floor? This is big. It has to be, right?
I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet. We need to find out more about what's going on here.
If only there was an eyewitness we could interview.
An eyewitness, huh? Wait, we're not done here. What's this here?
That's odd. It's the only spot with nothing on it.
It still has one of those signs in front of it. Indeed, and look, there's an outline in the dust on top of the cloth.
I think something was probably sitting up there quite recently, wouldn't you? You know what? I think you might be right. But, I'm drawing a blank trying to imagine what.
Well, I might have an idea. Star-shaped outline. If we have a piece of evidence that might well be connected. Okay, which one?
Ah!
The murder happens here. The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the candelabra, and exactly. I think there's a very strong chance that this is where our murderer took it from.
Which would mean the candelabra was evidence from another case?
It certainly seems likely, but that's not our concern right now. Key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from the storeroom. Okay, Lotta. Give us the info. Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart?
Me? I told you. I'm in it for the truth. For the good old society. For little me, of course. I'm a photographer for the people.
For the people?
If you won't tell me...
I am way too tired.
I am way too tired for this. Oh my god.
I will end after this chapter, because I won't make a fool of myself any further.
If you won't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I can hazard a guess.
Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme here in the storeroom.
Oh, so she's after Juicy's story. Makes sense.
What? How did y'all figure that out?
Guess it means I don't have to tiptoe around it anymore now.
One of my sources told me on the download about an underground auction.
What?
So all the items here were sold to the highest bidder. Folks were slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. Had to come see for myself, of course. Get eyes on my subject, you know. Should have heard the tales my contact was telling. Called them to a tree, so I thought at first. Anyhow, wasn't about to write up based on hearsay alone. So yesterday I snuck in, flung behind this here statue, and sold into weight. Waiting started late at night, and carried right on through to the break of dawn.
So the auction and the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence? I think not.
30 deals in a secret storeroom. Talk about a story.
Was there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in the room?
Sure, there were regular old stuff too. Shady artworks from who knows where, that kind of thing.
What way are shady artworks regular exactly?
But the evidence wasn't a big draw for sure. Reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out of the cop and prosecutor shops.
And I'll bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart?
Well, you see, the main event was down below. I had to try and see what I could hear from up here.
Having been up here since yesterday, I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish, then.
It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much away. All them customers came down one at a time from up on the roof there. Threw a mask just as soon as they got down the ladder. And that ain't all. They had voice changers, dude, that's all I'm see. Teeny tiny ones. Thinkier than a bug's behind. It's so you couldn't see their real faces and you couldn't hear the real voices. Surreptitious as all heck.
You mean surreptitious, right?
I surely do. Sweet, sweet surreptitude.
Also, another word.
Anywho, once they've had their gear on, they went right downstairs. And then, in came the next one. When it came time to leave, they all done the same, but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one by one. Mask back on the hook, up the ladder, and away.
Whoa, that's a serious operation!
How many participants were there? 11 altogether. I counted them when they came down the ladder. I didn't just hide behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know?
You didn't? Then where were you?
Well, when I first got here, You know what? That ain't important right now.
You went undercover and went to the auction yourself. So you were hiding behind a statue from the very beginning.
Anywho, I watched them all folks come in from my spying spot there in the wind shadows.
I see. So you were watching from behind the statue.
They used their elevator to get down below. Once they were all down there, I snuck up and took me a peek at what was going on.
You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath?
Nah, this ain't back up. But there's a little peeky hole if you know where to look. Elevator don't quite sit flush with the floor, see? And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang.
Did you get sight of who was in charge?
Alright, sure. I guess I did. Ain't half so good a story if you don't get a glimpse of the old rainfall ringleader after all.
I know who this ringleader is. I'll have to ask you some more. You mentioned the ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them?
Y'all should know I came here to get me an exclusive. And an exclusive ain't much dang good if you don't spill the beans already.
I see. So you don't actually know anything about them? You think that's why she won't give us an answer? Makes sense, I guess.
Ah, you got me. Go and see if it was a man or a woman. A kid or an old-timer. Nothing.
What were they wearing? Could you see that at least?
Sure. White jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the label. And 3 things is what I remember. What good's a description of the outfit if I don't get a clue of who was wearing it?
So this ringleader disguised their identity too, just like everybody else.
Yes, sirree. Mask, voice changer, the whole 9 yards.
You're wearing one of the masks. Which one?
Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy, Servon.
Servon? What kind of a name is that?
Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth, you've never heard of Servon? He's global hero Onya Kupon's arch nemesis. What's the turn of Servon the Time Lord?
I think you might be better off asking who has. So you didn't get a glimpse of their face at all? No, I dang well didn't. It kind of scratches my scoop. This whole mess has been nothing but a snipe hunt. I should have never come. Uh-oh. Was Rosie the ringleader? I know somebody who was dressed like that. Maybe I should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. You said that the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower, correct? Sure did. Now that's me why it was dressed up like a peacock on parade day, but they was. Is this the outfit you saw? Well, holy smokes, it sure as heck is. But, wait. So the big cheese is dead? All we know is that she is the victim in the case. We're investigating. Her name is Rosie Ringer. Do you know her? Nope. So the ringleader was a lady? Well, ain't that just slippier than a dang deal? Throwing me off with a man's jacket like that? I really think she did it to fool you specifically. Setting that aside from now, what's important is that the police discovered something vital to the case. Namely that the underground auction was chaired by none other than victim. So somebody bumped off the boss, huh? Then that's what was happening. Well, what was happening? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Y'all just go on about your business now.
No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious.
Suspicious my foot? I told y'all it's nothing. You will get nothing more out of me than that.
Wait, so there is more.
How many dang times I gotta tell ya? I ain't nothing, okay? And I ain't saying nothing either way.
Aw, you can tell us just a little more, pretty please.
I'll tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in. That's how the game is played. Tell you more? Heck, I done told y'all too much already.
Wait, what if I, examine some fingerprints for you, pro bono?
What kind of cockamamie thank you is that? I'd sooner get a tooth pulled. You wanted to tell you go dig it up yourselves, just like I had to.
Okay, guess she isn't going to talk to either of us.
Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma.
It's time for a chess match.
There's a certain technique I find useful when dealing with difficult customers such as her. She may not give up the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can be persuaded to.
Okay, here we go. Let's go to the chess dimension again.
Let's start by observing our opponent.
3, which is reasonable. I ain't telling y'all nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse.
As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead wherever possible. Won't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Miss Hart is definitely hiding something from me. So my first move is to discover what that something is. Mind chess, commence. Let's talk about this reasonably. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart. Let's just calm down and try to talk reasonably.
I am calm, dang you! At least right I won't be, just as soon as y'all quit yanking my damn chain.
I was thinking too much.
That's better. Being a news hound, all about keeping a cool head no matter what the world's thrown at you, see?
Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase, similar to your own, in fact.
Oh yeah? She spoke like me, huh? Guess I could have been someone I know.
She was your apprentice? Her name is Tabby Lloyd. And if I had closed my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about somebody she called the Chief.
Ah! Yes.
She was talking about you, wasn't she?
Oh, so y'all met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that some... Where did y'all bump into her? She's a great kid. Reckon? Wait. Oh, no, you don't. You ain't getting on my good side bringing her into this, you stinky snake. Ooh, you're nearly happy, too.
Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seems to make her lower her guard a little. I think we can use that to our advantage. Tell me what you know. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out.
Go jump in that creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't get nothing to do with me, nor me with you either.
That doesn't play my clue. I know your apprentice pretty well. I don't have anything to do with you? That's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact.
Yeah? Well,
guess it does seem kind of cool of me to say that if you know her pretty good, wouldn't want the poor kid thinking I don't give her rats behind. Good, then you tell us what you know. Fine. See? It's like this. Give me a scoop. Oh, wait! What am I thinking? Dang it, Lana! Can't let him bamboozle you that easily. Was that about a scoop? Oh, forget it. It was nothing. You have a scoop of some kind. You went to school? What? How embarrassing. A professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is. Yes! Alright. I got me a scoop. A big one. But I can't just go blabbing about it to y'all. I got bills to pay. She may be hiding something very important. I have to get it out of her somehow. I need to get to know the details of the scoop. Okay. It does give me some leeway on the recovery of the time. She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now if we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get out of her. It's related to the auction. The scoop of yours, does this have something to do with the auction? You know what? I clean forgot. But you tried to infiltrate an underground auction. It only stands to reason that you observed something. Otherwise, what would you have to write about? I don't know what to tell ya. I didn't hear nothing. Did you? Till you heard the sound of something. You didn't hear the sound of nothing. Does that mean you did hear the sound of something? Something during your time in this room? Yes. Well, see, it wasn't nothing, really. Just a little noise is all. Wouldn't even make page 16. We gotta not mention it. So something happened during the auction. Something that made a noise of some kind. This could be a valuable clue. Okay, was there an incident? A big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it? Meh, might be it did, might be it didn't. Which is it? This is important. Alright. You don't gotta holler at me like that. I ain't done nothing shameful or nothing. Just snuck in and did some undercover reporting. You sneaking in time problem. I mean, yeah. I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful or not. An unlawful entry into private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, it's a crime. Hey, you did the exact same thing, genius! But... I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that. Let's not mention the fact that I haven't done my best, shall we? Still, I don't amount to a whole hill of beans, right? There's folks out there that have done way worse. Murder, for one. Next to murder, trespass ain't hardly nothing. So your scoop is about murder? From your mutterings about murder just now, I gather that your scoop has something to do with a homicide. I was just talking all hypothetical, like... You know, about murder being the big one and all. Ain't nothing worse than murder. Not the most skillful evasion I've heard in my career. Look, I done told you, okay? I snuck into the auction. I'll cop to that. A murder? I don't know nothing about no murder. Ain't seen nothing? Ain't heard nothing. Scout's honor. I have to blow my clue. You did hear something, didn't you? You told me you heard something during the auction. You claimed it wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim. Haha! How do you keep doing that? Alright, it's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene. But only by accident. And that's all you're getting out of me. There'll be no scoop left otherwise. The murder Miss Hart witnessed. It must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps we should finish up by confirming the credibility of her claim. Okay, awesome. I have her on the back foot now. Time to finish this. Were you really in the middle of the scene? You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true? You're calling me a liar now? Ooh wee, now I'm mad. Real mad. Nope. I'm a journalist. How am I gonna sell stories if folks can't trust that I'm telling the truth? Got me a motto, you know? Faster than anybody. Honester than everybody. A motto, huh? That could be an important clue. I should bear in mind. Incident. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important. I wish I could help y'all, but I don't rightly recall a whole bunch. Ain't much I can tell you, sorry. I mean, look at me. Can't even get my facts straight half the time. Time to play my clue. I thought you were honester than everybody? I can't imagine being so vague on the facts since it trades value to one journalist. Surely accuracy and honesty are what's necessary when reporting on a story. well, see. Seems your so-called information is not credible after all. Look, there was a murder, and I was there. I can't even prove it. You can prove it? You can prove it, can you? How? I've got it right. Wait, you heard that? I was just talking to myself. I didn't think nothing of it. She's still hiding something. There's a very vital clue. You need to use it to maximum effect. There's something you're still not telling me. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're not telling me. And nothing left to tell, dang it! I was spilled my guts already! And to employ my clue, you're definitely still hiding something. Oh, we're done. Ah. I know you've been keeping something from me. And that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sound enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell. Ah! Dang it all to heck. Give me a break, will you? I'll come clean, okay? That's what you want, right? Here, I don't snap me a photo. There we go. Happy now? You better be. And that's checkmate. Ha 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 ha. Punches complete. Can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed by my own big mouth. Well, it happens, so it's time to tell us everything. I'm way too tired. I saw the whole thing. Watched that auction from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures too. Yeah, about that. So, like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. I was all shouting about bits. Then somebody wins something and bam! Down comes the hammer. Head on upstairs and pay. Found the old ringleader and then the whole thing started over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick. That's when I ran behind that there was a statue and hid. And who was it that eventually appeared? I didn't see nothing, but I heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever placed the wooden bid. A sweet, sweet sound of cold hard cash. I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. The sound of someone counting bills, perhaps? Anyhow, the deal was you settled your bills up here. I heard 2 people yabbering for a little while. Wait, so 2 people came up on the elevator? You betcha! I guess the other one was our friend the ringleader. Anyway, yabber, 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 on it goes for a little while, and then scream! Well, that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and I tried to stay out of sight. So you didn't see the moment of the murder? Nah, but I heard it real good.
You didn't try and help whoever was being attacked?
Quit trying to be funny, girly. Don't shoot anyone. Just a dainty little journalist all on the lonesome. You think I was fixing to jump in to save the day?
Dainty.
Anyhow, then there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, I got the feeling pretty bad about what I'd done.
That makes sense, I guess. After all, you didn't...
I didn't remember to get out my camera and snap even a single picture! Scoops like that drops right on my lap and I miss it! Some of these are the time I hide. Anyhow, then a little more time goes by, and then there's this clattering noise. I'm here thinking, gotta get the shot this time, and so I grab one real quick from in the shadows there.
You see this photograph?
Do I have to? Here.
That? The person in the red raincoat? The one who attacked Kay! So Kay's raincoated assailant also attacked the victim here in the storeroom. And proceeded up to the roof where they assaulted Kay? There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim?
Weird, huh? I wonder the same thing. There were 2 people, but there was only one in the shot I got. And I didn't see nobody nowhere else in the room either. That's the killer, right? Leastways, I'm pretty sure it is.
So are we saying the victim disappeared? How did you know it was the killer just by looking?
Because they're literally red-handed with blood. How else would that get there, huh?
And the auction just carried on after that?
Sure did. It just went right along like nothing had happened. Rich folks is crazier than a box of frogs. I'll never understand how they think.
Funny, I find journalists struggle to understand as well.
And there's the bloodied hand.
Something else? I mean...
Yeah.
Put down here. No. There's your trophies and... Oh, look! Somebody left the walkie-talkie here.
Looks to me like it was put there deliberately. I don't like it's on display, to be honest.
Hey, there are batteries in here too. Could be useful. Let's take it with us. Nobody will mind if you use it for a little while, will they? I can take it to the police station afterward.
Someone's starting to sound like a certain great thief. Oh boy, this whole experience is enough to boggle the guy's mind. Serious storerooms, damsels in distress, it's got a lot. Could you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Thunder? Hey, I can try. No, but seriously, I'm as keen to help Kay out as you are. She's safe with me. You go do your thing. It's not Kay I'm worried about, it's you.
Ah. Maybe these two are connected.
If the storeroom was an actual scene of the crime, then you'd expect the body to have been up there at some point as well.
Huh? Well, yeah.
Think back to what Miss Hart told us about how the customers left the auction. Do you remember?
Of course. They came up from downstairs, back through the storeroom, and... Oh!
Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid this discovery. Question is, where did they hide it? Emma, if you wouldn't mind putting your skills to work for me now.
I'd love to! Just say what you need and I'll get right to it.
Very well. Now I'd like you to check for blood residue. Luminal tests, in other words.
Sure thing. Prepare to witness the power of science.
I've never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before.
Alright, I want to test the ladder over there first. Based on Miss Hart's picture... I see the person in the red raincoat was about to climb it and make their escape. Which means there's a high chance of a positive result. Test an area, just press space. Put a little luminol on it. And if it happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react like this. Oh, still super raw to see it just appear like that. Anyway, that's a positive. But it still faints. Spraying it a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely. And made it feel that much more real. Anyway, I think you've got the gist of how to look for blood traces now, right? Sure, there's still more to be found, so why don't you give it a try? Ta-da! And that's how it's done! Take a good look around to see if you can find some other places to test with the luminol. I think I know exactly where he hit the body. Want to test there?
Yes.
Spray some luminol on any place suspicious. Bingo. Mr. Edgeworth's blood!
But how could I have gotten there?
Maybe somebody put something with blood on it in there. Haha. There's still places we haven't tested yet. Let's see what else we can find.
Oh man. Oh well.
Sorry, it's a negative.
Where? Oh, where? Maybe the elevator or something? Yes. Okay. Oh, they were murdered on the elevator.
Got a positive. There's blood there. But how come?
Probably because this is where the murder was actually committed, I'd say.
Oh, looks like some of it drips through the floor below, too. Okay.
I think this is the blood there is to be found. Alright, then let's conclude this phase of our investigation. But we have puzzle pieces left.
Bingo.
They hit... There's been a lot of accidental and severe paper cuts in this room! Blood in the closed box can only mean one thing. But that is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it.
I wonder who won the box in the auction.
I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery.
Now you just hold your horses there! There's no way the body could have been in there!
What do you mean?
I took a look at the there box when I first got in here. Looked to be just about the perfect size for a little hide and go seek, if the need arose. Maybe it would have been if I could have opened it. But it was wrapped up in chains and locked up tight. And I ain't no escapologist. The murder happened just a little after I scoped it out, so I can't nobody have put no body in there.
Wrapped in chains and locked up tight, you say? That's odd. Because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer.
Huh? Well, slap my hand and call me silly. But I swore it was, though.
I'm taking these exams on again now.
Great! Time to see what's waiting down below.
Taking leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie. Hey, Game Meister.
Yes, Mr. Fender?
About ready to move out, so I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost.
Of course! I'll be sure to stay close.
When did us two start getting along so well? Okay. Uh-oh! No wonder there was blood on the bottom of the statue! Oh no. Ah! Mr. Edgeworth! This room. This is the auction room?
No, this is the committee chamber.
Uh-oh. Way to drop out into my lap, K. Faraday. You've got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, men! Arrest her right now! Wait, but she's... As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out into the streets where they belong. Oh my god, Lotta, stop! You can't do this! This is going way overboard! Yeah, what she said! Oh god, they're getting closer. Miles, this isn't looking good, I gotta say. See how the blinding light of justice comes to... Ah! Ow! Ow! What did I do? You'll have to forgive me. I meant to hit a certain cowardly ex-prosecutor. You weren't aiming for him! You were aiming straight at me! Something keeps getting in my way. Something... Ah! Right there. Francisca. So, what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I still believe Kate to be innocent. And we're supposed to care what you believe? You no longer have the right to an opinion. I am Francisca von Karma, and I have no intention of stopping here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge. And so our game has already come to an end. My badge was an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped, I simply cleared the way ahead. And now I'm free to follow that road, all the way to the truth. So don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was. You seem to think that you know what lies at the end of this road to the truth. In that case, I demand that you show me. I'll explain my current theory first, and if your road fails to lead anywhere, my whip will happily guide it. Let's go! Francisca's current theory. The victim used her keycard and entered the chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed with a candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the lens she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murder is here in the committee's trial chamber. The blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game, set, and match. Miles Edgeworth, QED.
She seems pretty confident, huh?
She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions, that's for certain. And I gotta say, I can dig that vibe. I can give her a no hard fee. Ah! Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case crashing down around my ears? If you really have found the road to the truth, perhaps you'd be so kind as to point me toward it. I'll be very happy to. Settle in, Francisca. I'm about to pave that road with incontrovertible evidence. Francisca's current theory. Okay. I wouldn't be sure about that. No. There was blood in the elevator. Where is it? Elevator blood.
Objection!
Oh my gosh, I was correct. I saw the health bar not moving. I was like, oh shoot. If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. Murder under the gaze of the divine. A brazen act, even for a cold-blooded killer. Except that may not be true at all. Take a look at this if you would. It's a bloodstain we discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through the room below. And the elevator it dripped down from descends directly to the foot of the statue. Ah, so you noticed. Then you will agree that the murder cannot in fact have happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above, and only afterwards was she moved down here. The cause of justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed a killer trying to cover the tracks. Why is she smiling?
Sorry, I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edgeworth. You've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought.
Miss Edgeworth is anything but a fool, sir, and you know it. Ow!
Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me? Why are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there was far more blood here in the committee chamber than upstairs.
Ouch, whipped and ignored again. Wish I could get some— Ow!
Trying to tell me that all the blood dripped down from above too, Miles Edgeworth. If it had, your storeroom state would need to be 10 times as big. I say the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else.
Huh, as insightful as ever, Francisca.
But you've played right into my hands.
How so? You are correct. There's far less blood upstairs than one would expect. Question is, why?
A trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation.
Well, as your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Surely you don't think some spatter managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you? Whoa! Like some crazy fountain of blood? No way! No way indeed. It's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed? There's far more blood in the committee chamber than in the storeroom above because... Oh! The weapon was removed! The victim died of 3 stab wounds. Wounds that would have bled profusely.
Exactly. It's proved by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room.
But that doesn't make any sense! Unless she was stabbed in the storeroom. You said there wasn't much blood up there already. Ah!
Silence! You half-baked, harebrained rookie!
Hey! Harebrained is a little... Ah!
Stab wound bleeds heaviest at one particular point in time.
Oh, I know! When the weapon is removed, right?
Precisely.
I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabrum still in its chest. And then, when it was finally removed, it created a difference in the amount of blood we see between the 2 locations.
But why? What was the killer trying to do?
I imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Miss Ringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, I'd hazard a guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup.
But why would they have needed to do all this in the first place?
Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear their storeroom being found in the investigation. If they were involved in the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed. Interesting.
Underground auction?
Just take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should more than explain what was going on here last night.
It's almost endearing, Miles Edgeworth. How desperately you want to protect your friend.
There's something just beneath the surface of this case. Something bigger than all of us. In case only crime was to have the bad fortune to fall right in the middle of it.
That's quite a hyperbolic claim, Miles Edgeworth.
Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're the one making out my perfectly reasonable molehill. You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating a domestic murder? I'll tell you why. Because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You followed the trail of items being smuggled by the ring and wound up here. Tell me wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that the something I sense is related to any of this.
I'm very happy to learn that you're giving up your badge and completely relieve you of your senses. Scruffy here told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way.
Sorry, sir. I just thought it might help, you know. You did the right thing, detective. So am I right, Francisca? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar?
Wouldn't you like to know? But you don't need to, and so you won't.
Then you knew, didn't you? That the auction was being held here in this chamber. Huh? Hey, y'all mind if we're biting for a sec? You're a victim over there, the lady in the white?
You! Hey! Let a gal finish, will ya? No good butting and painting that you know what? Ow! Well, this leopard sure ain't changed her spots.
Your testimony is not required, and neither is your presence.
What do you mean? I'm a journalist. You get ow!
You're a liar's what you are. You lied under oath that one time.
Seems like Miss Von Karma's not too fond of Miss Hart, huh?
I don't think she's her biggest fan, no.
What's she called? Ringer, right? She was a member of this here committee? Well, she's dressed exactly like the ringleader of that secret auction. Ah! Stop it! Stop whipping me, dang it!
What is the meaning of this interruption? Miles Edgeworth, explain! Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed. And it seems that they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. But that would mean that the victim was also the ringleader? No, how about you just calm down, sir? It seems I have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction, and to arrest his head of operations, the auctioneer. But if Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. Guess that means your journey here today was wasted. I suppose it does. Nonetheless, I, Francisca von Karma, refuse to leave empty-handed. Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth. Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go solely unused this round. Alrighty. Francisca's latest theory. Fine, I accept your little explanation. I will make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case the murder is somewhat connected to the auction. And if the photography is to believe, the victim was the auctioneer. And the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. And then they stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. There, does that about sum it up? Because I won't be accepting rebuttals. I'm afraid you might have to. There's a serious hole in your testimony.
There is? I didn't spot any.
Good thing you're the one in charge of Miss Edgeworth.
Alright then, time to fight back. You have to win this for us.
Okay, and I will. Time to take Francisca's testimony to task. Okay. Okay, Francisca's latest theory. Uh-huh. How exactly did they manage that, may I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember? Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storeroom yourself, you'll know that there are plenty of other places to hide too. So you're saying the killer was hiding out of sight while they awaited the victim's arrival? I believe we can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. She would surely have needed to be present throughout the proceedings. She thinks it happened afterward. Would you mind adding that statement to your testimony, Francisco? After the auction. What contradicts that? Auction continued even after the murder occurred. This. Easy. Lemon squeezy. It seems you're one step behind it again, Francisco. How so? The auctioneer was not, in fact, the victim. And I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us. Well, if she made it, it's not worth the air she used to say it.
I done told you I'm a journalist, dagnabbit, but what is ouch?
Did I ask you to open your mouth?
Double ouch!
Objection!
Calm down and listen for a second, Francisco. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder. She confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred.
You read it then! We're not right like nothing had happened at all!
How would that have been possible without an auctioneer, It wouldn't, so you see. The victim couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees. No! Haha! As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay can be the murderer. Because she had been pushed down the hatch by her assailant and knocked unconscious by the time. So then, who was the victim, really? Right, well, if the auction carried on after the murder, the victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee. That's enough. I know that's all too well. There she is once again.
Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman.
Oh god, he's back! Ugh. Oh, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity. Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, that'll do nicely. Alright, Celsius, what are you doing here? Oh, I just stopped by to see how my boneheaded boy was getting along.
They say there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure these two are what they meant.
What is it with that flame? He's a pyromaniac. Look at how he's so fixated by it. he can be... I think he committed like arson in his youth. I thought I might need to light a fire on this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back here where we started.
Men, detain the suspect immediately.
Wait, Miss Faraday is innocent. Shut your meddling mouth. Okay, anger issues. You're becoming something of a problem, Miles. My boy, I thought I told you. He's lighting a fire in my heart. Wait, I mean some other silly joke! Wow. Not after you see this. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organization be seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us. And it's bad for me too. Personally, sorry, it must be my age.
Your unlawful investigation ends here and will not be permitted to resume. In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there is the matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect.
She's right, of course, as always. You really are a godsend, Verity. Everything I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest. But note this. We have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this
Overruled.
You can stop right there, Mr. Edgeworth. The raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on the hood, along with some cherry blossom petals.
cherry blossom petals, like the ones on the roof.
Yes, they were stuck on the edges of the bloodstains, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time.
The results came back already, my boy, so there's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is a victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. What? Oh no! No! This completely undermines our entire case! Our assumptions were based on the person in the red raincoat being the killer. But if they were the victim instead, the killer remains at the top of the suspect list.
Miss Verde, you testified to having encountered the person in the red raincoat up on the roof, correct?
Yes, I did.
We now know that the person was the murder victim. And you are the only person we know of who came into contact with her. Since one of you wound up dead, I think we all know how that encounter went.
No, Kay was attacked by that person. She is the victim here, not the aggressor.
As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves that she was attacked as you claim. And even if such proof existed, Miss Ringer could simply have been acting in self-defense.
Well, you can't just jump to conclusions like that. Kay's innocent.
But I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remembered something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back.
Uh-oh.
It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw now, right when it happened. The murderer, it was me. Oh, I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Miss Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer.
No, you're not. It can't be.
What am I? Why do I have a memory like that? They were on the floor in front of me. Their holes are full of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I know why. Because I was the killer. No! This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories.
What? I said the belief for like 5 minutes ago!
I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will not go unrewarded. Praise be to the goddess of justice for her many blessings.
Objection!
No. Okay, Faraday's going to be sent far away. Oh no. No, we refuse to let that happen. As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be... We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant. How dare you take that tone with me? This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand that you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful? What could be more unlawful than this?
Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law.
Indeed you don't. But I do. And while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, I have to agree with Verity.
Speaking of the law, it seems there is one other we must arrest.
Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Miles. What?
What
are you talking about? This actually was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't doing squat. By which I mean to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity.
You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. We conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you added and abetted the flight of a suspect. You are no longer even an ex-prosecutor. You are a criminal, nothing more.
Are we going to jail? What? Oh, that reminds me, there was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Concerning your conduct. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow. Although I fear I already know the outcome. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. Chance to really think long and hard.
This court is adjourned.
No! I don't want to go to jail! Well, we're done for today. Because that's 4 hours. My goodness! Oh my goodness, there's so many of you here. Thank you very much for all of you watching. What a cliffhanger to end the stream on. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That was a blast. I can't wait to see how it ends. I can't wait. But that's for Sunday. So tune in next Sunday to see the ending of that case. And also, very big reminder, if you have a blue sky, and if you go to my blue sky with the link below, there's a button with the blue sky on it. If you press it, there's a post that says that you can submit a game for me to play. So comment down on that post which game you want me to play. It's important because it's the final day and I need more submissions. I only have 3. I wanted 8 to have a bracket battle, but no. It seems I will have to do like an all or nothing battle with the votes. But that means I can stream the game like in the beginning of March already, which can be good. Depending on what ideas I can come up with for games to play after Ace Attorney. But do we have someone to raid today? Is there someone I know that is live? Let me check chat real quick. Oh my gosh! There's a streamer called Crystal, and they're playing Investigations 2 as well. I'm going to rate Crystal, if that is allowed, chat, because I love Crystal so much. They're pretty big, so Crystal is fantastic. Yes, let's rate her then. It's only respectful. Oh, they're in the 3rd case. Perfect. Okay, let's raid her then. Okay, raid. Wait, the slash must come first. Raid. Thanks for the stream, by the way. Thanks for coming by, everyone. It was a very busy stream. Crystal. Let's copy paste that. Control C. Okay. Thank you very much for watching, guys. It was a very busy stream today. I'm very proud of y'all. Thank you very much.
I hope you'll come by on Sunday as well. Because it was pretty lonely. Okay. Let's send you all off. See you guys. Bye-bye. Okay. Raid starts. 3, 2, 1, go! Yes. Go, 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 go! More! More! Let's go to Crystal! See ya. Peace. Raid. And I'm off. See ya.